Goan heritage in Limpopo province. The story of the Fernandez and Gama families in the Zoutpansberg. Written by Lovell Fernandez. Foreword. A personal note written by Fernandez. Only a few weeks after my husband Lovell completed the first draft of this book, he sadly passed away on the 18th of December 2020. He is survived by his wife Michaela, his daughter Miriam, his son Julian, and his two granddaughters Ariana and Kira. Because of my grief over his death and my own physical condition, it took me several years before I was able to look at this draft again. Throughout that time, however, I remained determined to have his book published for our children and for the many descendants of the Fernandez and Gama families. It is one of the many legacies Lovell left behind. Lovell began thinking about writing his family history many years ago. He visited numerous archives in search of traces of his forefathers in South Africa, Goa in India, and Portugal. He spent many hours speaking with his mother Claudina, who turns 101 this year, and still has a remarkable memory, as well as with many other family members, some of whom are sadly no longer alive. Lovell was born on the 31st of March 1950 as the third child and first son of Claudina, née de Gama, and Cornelius Fernandez, who passed away in 1987. He had 4 siblings, 3 sisters and 1 brother. Born in Everton, he grew up in Sharpeville. At an early age, he was sent to Little Flower School, a boarding school in Limpopo, Natal, run by nuns. His 2 elder sisters were also attending school there. After matriculating, he studied law at the University of the Western Cape and later received a bursary to pursue a master's degree in international law at New York University. Subsequently, he was admitted to a PhD program funded by the DAAD, German Academic Exchange Service, and moved to Germany in 1978. During his first 6 months there, he studied German at the Goethe Institute in Freiburg, before moving to Hamburg to begin his doctoral studies. His doctoral supervisors were Professor Konrad Zweigert of the Max Planck Institute in Hamburg and Professor John Dugard of the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. It was in Hamburg that Lovell and I fell in love and married in 1981. We had 3 children: Miriam Yvonne, born 1982, Joanna Marie, born 1984, passed away 1990, and Julian Cornelius, born in 1987. In 1990, as the apartheid era appeared to be coming to an end with Nelson Mandela's release from prison, we moved to Cape Town, where Lovell worked for 2 years as a research officer in the Department of Criminology at the University of Cape Town. In 1992, Lovell began his career as a professor of law at his alma mater, the University of the Western Cape, where he worked until his final retirement in 2017. He was deeply appreciated and loved by both his students and colleagues, who published a Festschrift in his honor in 2016. Here he is referred to by his colleagues as someone of honesty, humility, and compassion, a lawyer, linguist, Mensch. Lovell spoke more than 5 African languages, including Shangaan, Tshivenda, Tsonga, Sotho, and isiZulu, as well as English, Afrikaans, German, and Portuguese. This was one of his great gifts, as it enabled him to speak to many people in their mother tongue. He was also a humble and charming man with a wonderful sense of humor, equally at ease speaking with beggars and ministers alike. In addition, he was a gifted storyteller. In 1994, Lovell was seconded to the University of Windhoek to help establish a law faculty. In 1995, he worked in Pretoria for 2 years with the South African government on the drafting of the country's new constitution, alongside several distinguished lawyers, including Kara Asmal. During his final 10 years at UWC, he served as director of a DAAD-funded Center of Excellence, where students from across Africa could complete a Master of Laws degree within 1 year. Lovell's principal research interests were money laundering and corruption, and he published numerous papers on these subjects. As mentioned earlier, this book remains a first draft, which means that some questions are still unanswered. Wherever possible, I have corrected obvious mistakes and filled in missing information. I have, however, tried to preserve Lovell's original wording and style. I would like to thank Peter Stuckey for undertaking the design and typesetting the book, and for his invaluable help in drawing the complex family trees which Lovell had not yet completed. I also wish to thank my children, Miriam and Julian, for supporting this work while gently allowing me the time I needed. Their help with ideas and proofreading was invaluable. I hope this book will help the descendants of the Fernandez and Gama families to better understand where they come from and the struggles their forefathers endured throughout their lives. 2 young men left Goa in search of better fortunes in Africa, and although their paths were at times very different, they ultimately came together through the marriage of Claudina da Gama and Cornelius Fernandez, Lovell's parents. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Søren Kierkegaard, 1843. To my mother Claudina da Gama, and my children Miriam, Joanna, and Julian. Introduction. This booklet traces the lives of 2 young men from the then Portuguese colony of Goa on the west coast of India, who left for Africa and who finally settled in the Zoutpansberg area in the north of South Africa. Neither of them was an important public person. They were ordinary people who were hardly mentioned in the historical literature, and their names appear only in a few archival records, but only by the way. Thankfully, my 95-year-old mother, Claudina, a great-grandchild of Manuel da Gama, has proven to be a valuable source of information as regards to the da Gama family. On the Fernandez side, I have relied heavily on my 81-year-old cousin Donald, who has been a precious source of family testimony, particularly regarding events around Crook's Corner. Moreover, such recollections have thus informed several parts of the sequence of events narrated in this genealogical exploration. Of course, wherever possible, oral history also needs to be checked against other evidence to verify its validity. I found this approach beneficial, for in one instance, I established that what had been handed down by word had to be adjusted when tested against hard documentary evidence. But even archival documents can be inconsistent, especially when it comes to how names are spelt. It bears mentioning that office workers under both the Boers and the British were not properly tutored and frequently wrote down the names of people and places not as they ought to have been, but in a corrupted form. Gelasio, for example, is spelled variously as Jalzin, Galos, Chulars, Chulas, or Julius. While we are on the subject of names, we need to sort out once and for all whether Gelasio's surname was Fernandez with a Z or Fernandez with an S, and whether it was Manuel de Gama or da Gama. First, the surname Fernandez with a Z is found mainly in Spanish-speaking countries. Its equivalent in the Portuguese-speaking world is Fernandez with an S. Equally, in the case of da Gama or de Gama, the preposition da or de indicates place of origin, from or of, and is not part of the surname. Thus, the de or da before the word Gama simply means from or of Gama. So, Vasco da Gama means Vasco from the Gama family. In fact, Vasco's family was referred to as the Gama family. As Ronald Watkins explains in his fascinating book Unknown Seas, how Vasco da Gama opened the East, the earliest Portuguese writings use Gama as the family name of Vasco da Gama. Despite that, English language writers usually use the incorrect da Gama. I will accordingly not make heavy weather of this issue and will, purely for the sake of consistency, keep to de Gama, for this is how the name is spelled in most official documents. Similarly, the name Manuel is sometimes spelled Manuel, and here too I will use Manuel when referring to Manuel de Gama. So much for the name spelling. The destinies of Manuel and Gelásio were largely shaped by the changing environments they found themselves in, and by the Vavenda and Tsonga people with whom they intermingled. The destinies of Manuel and Gelásio were largely shaped by the changing environments they found themselves in, and by the Vavenda and Tsonga people with whom they intermingled. Therefore, it is necessary to describe, even in passing, some of the people and social, economic and political forces that had an impact on their lives and the future of their descendants. Lastly, the histories chronicled in this booklet have two important limitations. First, as for the Fernandez family, I confine the history to Gelásio and his descendants who settled in Vendaland. The reason is that neither I nor any of the Venda-based Fernandezes have had any contact with the descendants of the other children of Gelásio and his wife Cornelia. I attempted to establish contact with them, but to no avail. Second, I have chosen to finish the genealogical inquiry with the third-generation children. The reason is that this narrative does not aim to track down each and every descendant of Manuel and Gelásio, respectively, but rather to paint in broad strokes the comings and goings, the ups and downs of these two Goans who eventually ended up in the Zoutpansberg area. From Goa to Mozambique. Gelásio Fernandez. We do not know exactly when, but based on the historical record, it must have been around the mid-1840s when Gelásio Cornelio Fernandez arrived in Mozambique. He came from Goa, where he was born and raised, but the village or town of his birth is unclear. All we know is that he was born in 1828. So when he set foot on Mozambican soil, he was still in his early teens. The question that springs to mind is this: what made him come to Africa? According to oral tradition, Gelásio was previously enrolled as a medical student at the then Medical Surgical School of Goa, which was built in 1842. But he became so aggrieved by what he was required to learn, and so utterly horrified by the primitiveness of medical instruction, that he abandoned his studies in his first year. The poor quality of medical training in those early years of the Medical School of Goa is partly confirmed by Dr. Cristiana Bastos, an anthropologist and a senior researcher at the Social Sciences Institute, Lisbon, who's conducted extensive research into the history of medical tuition in Goa. Her research reveals that, initially, the quality of the 4-year medical course left much to be desired. The admission criteria were relatively low. All that was required was that the applicant be at least 16 years old, have a school background in Latin grammar and philosophy, and have a reading knowledge of French, which was the language most used in academic books at Portuguese universities at the time. Candidates who could not produce certificates had to pass an oral exam before being enrolled for study. With little financial support from Portugal, the Goa Medical College lacked both physical and human resources needed for a proper education. The school was understaffed. For example, the lecturer for the first and second year was the same person who, in the second year, was assisted by the chief pharmacist. In fact, even much later, more precisely between 1871 and 1884, the entire medical degree syllabus was taught by a single person. Inspectors sent from Portugal to assess the quality of medical training were so unimpressed that they condemned the school and threatened to shut it down for its inferior standards. A Portuguese doctor who inspected the school as late as 1897 went so far as to recommend that it be shut down completely. Apart from these academic challenges, there was no money to be made from practicing medicine, as most people preferred being treated by traditional healers. Even qualified doctors and medical students went to traditional healers, not only as patients but to learn, with the result that some doctors themselves practiced traditional healing. What is more, doctors had to compete with other categories of health providers, such as those who took private lessons at a hospital or by some shady means, after which established doctors examined them. In addition, numerous unlicensed pharmacists sold their stock illegally. Small wonder then that Gelasio chose to seek greener pastures elsewhere. In fact, some parents became so despondent with the primitiveness of the medical training that wealthy families sent their sons to Coimbra University in Portugal to study medicine. Mozambique presented itself as a realistic and viable alternative. Indeed, long before Vasco da Gama made his way to India, ruthlessly pillaging the prosperous cities along the African Swahili coast as he proceeded, thriving Indian Ocean trade links existed between East Africa and both India and Arabia. After consolidating their control over the Indian Ocean, the Portuguese made Goa the center for the Indian Ocean Viceroyalty and the island of Mozambique the base of their operations in the southeastern Indian Ocean. Mozambique thus became an attractive destination for Goans who wished to emigrate. Why was Mozambique an attractive destination for Goan emigrants? What made Mozambique particularly attractive for Goans was that emigration did not require major personal adjustment. After all, Goans felt at home in a country that shared many features with theirs: a tropical climate, luxuriant vegetation, warm coastal waters with plentiful fish, not to mention tasty seafood, jungles, and dense, luxuriant thickets. What is more, the Portuguese language, locally referred to in some contexts as Firingi, provided a linguistic link between Goa and Mozambique. In addition, Goan immigrants were energetic people with extraordinary physical resistance and an exceptionally strong temperament. Sharmila Karnik tells us that they worked hard to develop the Zambezi region, which was infested with mosquito larvae and poisonous snakes. Undaunted by the dangers they faced, they moved into the hinterland, across forests, opening new roads. They built their homes in some of the wildest, inhospitable areas, which in those days were called the graveyard of the Europeans, Cemitario dos Europeus. From a gastronomic point of view, Goans introduced new tastes and aromas. They brought with them their achas, cayufeni, a brandy made from cashew nuts and produced only in Goa, and salted fish, all of which were regularly shipped from Goa and consumed even by the indigenous people. Unlike the Banyans, the traders from other parts of India, who never married outside their caste and seldom made their homes in Africa, Goans married African women and often made their homes in Mozambique. As Karnik points out, they unconditionally mixed with local inhabitants, learnt their languages, married local tribal women. A mixed progeny of Goan and African parents came into existence, which popularly was known as negrito or mulatto. Goan merchants also dominated the trade between Mozambique and Goa. They were not only astute traders, but also understood the Mozambican natives far better than the white Portuguese traders, who were reluctant to trade with the indigenous people. An interviewee described the reasons for this conduct as follows in a study by Christian Bastos. Black clients asked to take everything off the shelves and ended up buying nothing, and the Indian shopkeeper was more patient, took everything out, put everything back because he wanted to win clients. Many also gave credit and even bartered things. The white shopkeeper, Portuguese, had no patience. That is why the majority of blacks preferred to buy in Indian shops. Also, some whites insulted, called names, scolded and beat their black employees. Indians rarely did that. The main goods exported from Mozambique were ivory and gold, and of lesser value in terms of importance to state revenue: rhinoceros tusks, tortoiseshell, ebony, pearls, hides, copper, mafura, a tree found in southern Mozambique, the fruit of which is heated to produce a rich oil, honey and shark fins. Imports were mainly tea, coffee, spices, bangles, mishanga, bracelets, bottles, mirrors and gunpowder. However, from around the 1700s to the mid-1800s, trafficking in slaves constituted the main economic activity in Mozambique. In 1829, for example, trade in slaves accounted for 75% of the customs income. Indeed, Mozambique was the main source of slaves transported to Goa. Of course, not all inhabitants of Goa had slaves, but those who did, depending on their wealth, kept a number of them. Records show that even some of the religious orders kept slaves. Jeanette Pinto points to documentary evidence showing that even a single person could own as many as 15 or 20 female slaves. In comparison, an ordinary judge or high court judge kept as many as 85 female slaves, and some rich ladies over 300. In reality, the Portuguese authorities had no control over the activities of chiefs in the interior of the country. Even where trafficking was theoretically repressed by law, there was no legal enforcement, as administrative bodies too were involved in the profitable business of slavery. Still, in 1844, a Brazilian trafficker loaded 2 ships with 1,000 slaves from Inhambane and 400 from Lourenço Marques. Valdemir Zamparoni states that they were traders from the Governor-General to officials and clergy. They all had some connection with the black arms trade and often were part of or directly involved in the interests of the slave parties. Real networks of traders who were European, their African descendants, and African potentates. Mabel Jackson Haight illustrates scenically the situation as follows. By participating in the trade, the slave owner could spend his days sleeping, smoking, and tea drinking. If he came out at all, it was after sunset, on a palanquin borne by 4 miserable slaves. Hence, in a tropical climate, where love of work is not a strong human quality, all the inhabitants were drawn into this trade. From Portuguese officials to their women, from enterprising Indian trader and cunning Arab or Swahili to the important Bantu chief, all had some share in its ample rewards. The majority of the African slaves in Goa performed domestic chores. Others were resold by their owners and employed to do odd kinds of manual labor, such as conserving pickles, making sweets, carrying and selling water, etc. In wealthy households, ladies appeared in public in a palanquin borne by 4 silk-attired women slaves, followed by a retinue of female slaves, all dressed in silk. The men rarely ventured out of the house without a slave carrying a large umbrella over them to shield them against the sun, or holding a hat or veil over their heads in the rain. Women slaves were often sexually abused by their masters to satisfy their passions. African female slaves, in particular, were in high demand. One traveller noted that, of all those females, the most pleasing are the servant girls, Cafres de Mozambique, and those from other parts of Africa, who are of black colour, very dark, and have curly hair, and who are called negresses of Guinea. Such, then, were the circumstances in Mozambique in the 1840s when Gelasio arrived in Lourenço Marques. Manuel Maria da Gama. On board the ship that sailed into De La Goa Bay with Gelasio was another young Goan, namely Manuel Maria da Gama, with whom Gelasio became acquainted during the voyage. It might look odd for a male to be called Maria, but this is a practice wholly acceptable under Portuguese naming conventions. The name Maria is very popular in Portugal, but it can be used for boys as a second name, for example, Antonio Maria Rodrigues. Similarly, João and José are widely used boys' names, but they can also be used as second names for girls, for example, Maria João Ribeiro. Manuel's personal history is similar to Gelásio's. It is unclear where in Goa he was born. There are also two conflicting versions of his year of birth. Inscribed on his tombstone at Curulen is the year 1822, but archival documents state that he was born in 1833. If the latter is correct, which is questionable, then he must have been about 10 years old when he arrived in Mozambique. The year 1822 would therefore be more plausible, as it would place his age at about 23 or 24 when he reached Lourenço Marques. All the same, when he finished school in Goa, his parents wanted him to become a Catholic priest, a prospect which Manuel resented, given that the priesthood would forbid him from getting married. He nevertheless yielded to his parents' desires, but after just a few years into his studies, Manuel was convinced that the priesthood was not for him, so he gave up his studies. And like Gelásio, he too had to earn his living, and finding employment in Goa was tough. The difficulty of finding official records confirming the oral tradition on Gelásio's and Manuel's preceding personal histories in Goa. The events described above are based on oral tradition, meaning beliefs and stories that parents pass down to their children and the children tell their children. The fact that such stories are not based on documentary evidence does not mean they are unfounded or false, for even documentary evidence or official sources do not hold the full truth, as we have seen above in the case of Manuel's year of birth. Nevertheless, the reliability of information passed down by word of mouth from one generation to the next can be more reliably guaranteed when cross-checked against other available sources. So, when I visited Goa in 2008, I tried to establish whether there were other sources I could rely on to support the story told by Gelásio and Manuel, but this proved difficult. First, the surname Fernandez is very common in Goa. So too is da Gama. A colleague at the VM Salgaocar College of Law in Panjim, Goa, said to me that to narrow down my search it would be useful to know from which caste Gelásio came, as Goans retained the caste system their ancestors followed even after they converted to Roman Catholicism. Goan society was divided into castes, social groups. The top ranked are the Brahmins, who are the priests and teachers. Below them are the Kshatriya, the warriors and rulers. Then follow the Vaishya, the farmers and artisans, and below them are the Shudra, the tenant farmers and servants. Beneath the four main classes is a fifth group, called the Dalits, who are the lowest social group in the Hindu caste system. Needless to say, I could not tell from which caste Gelásio came. All I knew was that he was of mixed race, a fact alluded to in 1892 by the German missionary Karl Beuster in his diary entry at Maungane, the Beuster mission. In fact, almost all the Goans who turned up in the Zoutpansberg area as pack carriers, transport riders, traders or hunters in the mid-1800s were not pure Portuguese. So much so, according to Lovell, that the Boers in the village of Schoemansdal believed that Portuguese and Goans were one and the same nation. My next line of inquiry whilst I was in Goa was to find out who Gelásio's parents were, and the most practical way of going about this would be to scroll through the baptismal records of the Roman Catholic Church in Goa. I knew from reading the book by Dr. U. de Vier Pinar and others, which deals extensively with the bygone days of the Zoutpansberg and some of the notable people who lived in the Spelonken, that Gelasio, spelled Gelario in the book, returned to Goa for a short visit in 1865 when he was 35 years old. This would place his year of birth somewhere between 1825 and 1830. I then went to the Church of Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception, Panjim, Goa, to inquire about the baptism records, but was informed that the diocese records are only from 1850 onwards, and that the earlier ones were kept in Portugal. I subsequently wrote to the church in Portugal, but it referred me back to the diocese in Goa. I gave up and did not pursue the inquiry further. Whilst in Goa, I visited the 500-year-old palatial and charming Fernandez heritage house in Chandor in the hope that I might find more promising leads. Sarah Fernandez, the owner of the house, who bore a remarkable resemblance to my late aunt Girlie Fernandez, could not recollect the name Gelasio, but she told me that many Goans named Fernandez with an S or Fernandez with a Z had emigrated to Africa in the mid-1800s. According to Sarah, most of the immigrants were well educated and had left in search of work and business opportunities in both British East Africa and Portuguese East Africa, Mozambique. My attempts to find out the passenger lists of the ocean liners that crossed from Lourenço Marques to Goa in 1865 did not bring me any further. First, I do not know whether Gelasio embarked in Lourenço Marques or Durban, and second, in which countries he travelled. Third, it is not clear whether he headed straight for Goa or whether the ship went only to Bombay. Fourth, we do not know when exactly he returned from Goa. Accordingly, I did not pursue the search on this front. The Goa Medical School was the last point of inquiry. I wrote to the registrar asking whether in the early 1840s a student by the name of Gelasio Fernandez had been registered as a medical student, but I received no reply. Eventually, I came across a highly enlightening article written by Dr. Cristiana Bastos titled Doctors for the Empire, The Medical School of Goa and Its Narratives, published in 2010. I wrote to Dr. Bastos to find out whether the Goa Medical School's student records go back to the school's initial years. In her reply, Dr. Bastos said she was able to track only those students who graduated, but when she visited the medical school in 1998 to check whether earlier records were available, she was informed they had all been thrown away. Attempts to confirm Manuel's background were equally unsuccessful. I could not find another way to track him than by establishing when he entered and left the seminary, where he is said to have spent time as a trainee priest. A computer search of Roman Catholic priesthood candidates for the Archdiocese of Goa between 1724 and 1996 does not return the name Manuel Maria da Gama. To sum up, while there is no hard evidence to support the oral tradition on this point, there is, in the case of Gelasio, circumstantial evidence that tends to substantiate what has been handed down from generation to generation regarding his experiences at the Medical Surgical School of Goa in the 1840s. Also, the fact that one could be enrolled as a medical student at the age of 16 helps explain why he must have dropped out in the first year, which could also account for his arrival in Mozambique as a teenager. The next chapter focuses on what happened to Gelasio and Manuel when they disembarked from the ship in Lourenço Marques. But we first need to establish what they likely did after dropping out of their studies. Gelasio and Manuel in Lourenço Marques and beyond. Arrival in Lourenço Marques. Having abandoned his medical studies, Gelasio had to find something to earn a living. What we know is that in the 1840s, life was hard for the ordinary Goan. Indeed, this was a strong factor that pushed young men and women to emigrate. On the economic front, trade had declined, food prices had risen sharply, and wage increases had been minimal. What aggravated the situation was the then prevailing high rate of unemployment, inadequate transport, and the widespread incidence of diseases caused by unhygienic conditions in parts of the colony. What also likely attracted Gelásio to Mozambique was that he would not feel out of place as a foreigner in a Portuguese colony. After all, he not only had a Portuguese surname, but was also fluent in Portuguese. What is more, he shared the Portuguese lifestyle, which meant he dressed like a European, probably spoke a smattering of French as well, was acquainted with Western music, ate pork and beef, and drank alcohol. Moreover, from an employment standpoint, the local Portuguese colonial authorities were eager to hire educated, energetic young men for the colonial bureaucracy. Portuguese authorities in Goa were also keen to encourage emigration to cope with the problems associated with a rapidly growing population. Gelásio, however, had other plans. Working as a bureaucrat in the colonial administration was out of the question, for life was much more than carrying out routine duties in a dull and stuffy colonial office. After all, he knew how Portuguese colonial policies worked in practice. But to realize his intentions, he first had to get to Mozambique somehow. However, by the mid-1800s, Portugal had long since fallen under British control of the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese seaborne empire was now a thing of the past, so too was its domination of the passenger liners that plied the seas between Europe and the East. Goa had long since lost its significance as a Portuguese maritime port to British-governed Bombay. Consequently, many young Goan men went to Bombay to look for jobs on British ships. A large number of them found jobs as ship hands, sailors, stewards, and cooks on passenger and cargo liners. I therefore presume that Gelásio acquired a job on a British passenger liner that docked in Lourenço Marques on its voyage to and from England. According to the oral tradition, on a voyage from Goa, either their first or one of several, Gelásio and Manuel jumped ship in Lourenço Marques. They had probably known each other in Goa, met in Bombay while looking for a job, or gotten to know each other on the ship that would dock in Mozambique. They probably did not see themselves working on a ship all their lives and had decided beforehand to jump ship in Lourenço Marques. But in those days, Lourenço Marques was just a small coastal settlement infested with mosquitoes. By the mid-1800s, the tiny village, known to the local Shangaan people as Silonguini, place where Portuguese is spoken or where people live like whites, consisted of no more than a few houses and huts built around a small fort that served as a trading post. Even though it was a port, the settlement had no customs house. According to a map drawn up in 1847, the village had only 447 inhabitants, of whom 327 were slaves. Aware that jumping ship was a punishable offence, and with the real danger that news of their disappearance from the ship would rapidly spread among the new inhabitants and to the port authorities, they knew they had to keep a low profile or run away to a place where they could hide. They accordingly decided to wade their way through treacherous marshland bordering Lourenço Marques and to make their way to safer and drier bushland where pursuers could not easily reach them. And it was here that they came into contact with the local Shangaan people who took care of them. Unable to communicate with the two strangers, the locals contacted João Albacini, a white man of Portuguese origin whose full name was Dos Santos João Albacini, whom the local Tsonga people adoringly called Joawa. Albacini, a highly controversial figure whose father had left him in charge of a trading post in Mozambique in 1835 when he was only 18, was curious about the new arrivals. He met up with them and, after listening to their tale, promised to take them under his care once he returned from wherever he was going. He told them to stay with the people who had given them shelter and with whom he had arranged for their upkeep whilst he was away. On his return some months later, Albacini touched base with the two ship jumpers whom he took under his care and employment. During the winter months, Albacini used to send traders into the inland areas with bales of cotton, blankets, beads, knives, snuff boxes, tinder boxes for kindling cooking fires, mirrors, bracelets, and the like to barter with indigenous communities. They returned at the start of the rainy season, mainly loaded with ivory and rhino horn, which Albacini bartered for more ammunition, trade merchandise and supplies. Being a shrewd and opportunistic trader, Albacini quickly foresaw the benefits that his two new friends would bring to his business dealings. They were youthful, adventurous, accustomed to living in the tropics, and fluent in both Portuguese and Konkani, the language which Goan merchants and hunters probably used when talking to each other. Besides, with their schooling background, they were literate and numerate, which meant that they could not be shortchanged or easily tricked in business transactions. In fact, this was a win-win arrangement for all three. The advantage that would accrue to the two young men was that they would learn the ropes of trading whilst simultaneously looking out for future opportunities for themselves. Very importantly, working for Albacini, who had a large following of Tsonga-speaking people who held him in very high regard and who served as his pack carriers and tradesmen, would afford them the opportunity to learn to speak Tsonga. But Albacini had no intention of living forever in and around Lourenço Marques. In fact, when he met Gelasio and Manuel for the first time, he had already made plans to depart from the coast for the interior. He was no stranger to the hinterland, as he now and again escorted his convoy of traders on their inland trading trips. Besides, he also lived in the interior areas for some time. But moving away to live in the interior of the country forever meant that he had to take all his belongings with him, once and for all. He had already sold his house in 1842. When the time came for him to depart, he decided to leave behind his common-law wife, with whom he had been living since the 1830s. Little is known about her and what happened to her, except that she was an indigenous woman of Magude with whom Albacini had two sons, João and José. The two brothers later became prominent journalists in Mozambique. With their newspaper, O Africano, which championed the rights of the indigenous population, the two brothers are today regarded as the pioneers of the press in Mozambique. Moving to Ohrigstad. Developments that took place in 1846 turned out to be decisive for the destinies of Gelasio and Manuel, for in that year, Albacini finally put into effect his plan to relocate upcountry. But what kick-started this step was the founding, in 1844, of a Boer settlement by the Voortrekker leader Andries Hendrik Potgieter, some 400 kilometers inland from Lourenço Marques. Potgieter would have preferred to settle his people close to Lourenço Marques, but the Portuguese government in Lisbon would have none of it. Portugal feared, perhaps unjustifiably, that a Boer settlement between the British-ruled Cape and Mozambique would be regarded by the British colonial government in Cape Town as an act of provocation. This, Lisbon feared, would inevitably lead to a war in which the superior British war machine would trounce the Boers. The Portuguese government reasoned that once the British had crushed the Boers, they would dominate Delagoa Bay and redirect the inland trade to British trading posts between Durban and Cape Town. Such a state of affairs would utterly ruin international trade with Mozambique, reducing the reputation of Delagoa Bay, Portugal's premier bay on the East African coast, to just a shadow of what it once was. However, the governor of Mozambique permitted Potgieter to start a settlement in what was to become the village of Andries Ohrigstad, which the Portuguese regarded as part of their territory. Moreover, the permission to start the settlement was authorized in defiance of a royal decree issued in Portugal in November 1843, which forbade the governor of Mozambique from allowing the Boers to settle in Lourenço Marques. Such then were the circumstances that led to the establishment of Ohrigstad. Albacini, who had in the meantime befriended the Boers, quickly discerned the potential business opportunities that would open up in Ohrigstad and wasted no time to move there. In his book Moçambique, 1489–1975, the Portuguese historian Alexandre Ferreira states that in 1845 Albacini left to settle along the Sabi River in the territory of Chief Magashule, at a place between what is now known as Pretoriuskop and Skukuza, which is now in the Kruger National Park. This was near Ohrigstad, which was then beginning to grow. Albacini chose this site because it was close to a centuries-old trade path that connected Lourenço Marques to Sekukuniland, Zoutpansberg, and Mashonaland in the then Rhodesia. Gelasio and Manuel as part of Albacini's entourage. Ferreira writes that Albacini was accompanied by his followers and 5 Goan traders, namely Lourenço Mariano Nunes, Jacob Cristóvão Couto, Gelasio Fernandez, Manuel da Gama, and Casimiro Simões. To refer to Gelasio and Manuel as traders is laying it on a bit thick, especially when named in the same breath with the seasoned businessmen Nunes, Simões, and Couto, all 3 of whose names were subsequently listed in the roll call of honor in the Casa da Goa, Goa House in Lourenço Marques. The only inference we can draw from the fact that Gelasio and Manuel are mentioned in this context is that Albacini had taken them along to work for him. But no mention is made of the kind of work they did. They most likely worked as transport drivers, ferrying goods between Ohrigstad and the coast. Alternatively, they could have been employed as hawkers, selling or bartering merchandise for ivory among Africans living in the surrounding areas. Maybe Albacini needed them to supervise the Tsonga employees in trading his goods for ivory on the outskirts of Ohrigstad. I say this because there is no evidence of either Gelasio or Manuel working at the trading post as shopkeepers. In fact, when Albacini and Karel Trichardt, the son of Louis Trichardt, opened a shop in Magashuleskraal around 1846, they employed a certain Johannes Joubert, João Huberti, as the name was spelt in the employment contract, to run the shop while Albacini traded with the inhabitants of Ohrigstad, selling merchandise which his carriers and wagons transported from Lourenço Marques to upcountry areas including Ohrigstad. Indeed, it is at this point in the unfolding sequence of events that we lose track of Gelasio and Manuel and their relationship with Albacini. They show up again years later in the 1860s, by which time they have moved to the Zoutpansberg area, where they arrived either separately or in the company of Albacini. Gelasio and Manuel in the Zoutpansberg. Being the fearless adventurer and opportunistic fortune seeker that he was, Albacini spent only a few years in what is now known as Mpumalanga. 2 years after opening the trading post in Magashuleskraal, he moved closer to Andries Ohrigstad and later to Lydenburg, where he opened a shop in partnership with Casimiro Simões, who later became a highly successful businessman in the Zoutpansberg area. However, business in Ohrigstad and Lydenburg was not as profitable as in earlier times, as many people had moved to the Zoutpansberg with potgieter because both humans and animals were afflicted by the tsetse fly. In the meantime, in 1843, Potgieter and his followers had reached the Zoutpansberg. There they founded a village called Zoutpansbergdorp, which was renamed Schoemansdal in 1855. The settlement was located 16 kilometers west of present-day Louis Trichardt, Makado. The town was situated near the present villages of Hamancha and Chiozwi, close to the present-day Schoemansdal railway siding. But Potgieter and his followers were not the first white people to venture so far north. The first was Coenraad de Buys, a turbulent character and adventurer who was outlawed by the British colonial government at the Cape. With his family and adherents, he trekked towards the Zoutpansberg. different accounts exist as to how he died. Conventional historians say that, after telling his family to remain where they were, he wandered off into the Limpopo Valley never to be seen again. A more recent study suggests he spent his final years in the Tswapong Hills, east of Palapia in present-day Botswana. According to the Ngwato oral history, Buys was known as Khoe, the first red person that they had seen. His death in the Tswapong Hills in about 1823 is said to have been brought about either by malaria or sleeping sickness, nagana, caused by the bite of the tsetse fly. Ngwato tradition furthermore has it that, after his death, Buys' three elder sons, Kadiso, Toro, and Toronyane, disappeared from the Tswapong Hills and ended up in the Blouberg Hills of present-day Limpopo province, where they settled among the Birwa as hunters and raiders, maintaining close contact with the Tsonga and the Afro-Portuguese of the coast. According to Parsons, it was this base clan of mixed Boer-Birwa origins that proved vital in attracting and accommodating early organized Boer trekkers in the northern Transvaal, the first being the party of Schultz in 1834-35, then the trek party of the elephant hunters Terugard and Jan van Rensburg in 1835, and then the Zoutpansberg colony of Potgieter in 1848. Previous presence of Asians and Arabs in Zoutpansberg. Following the footsteps of Albacini, several Goan traders from Lourenço Marques made their way inland to the Zoutpansberg. However, as with the arrival of the Boers in the area, the presence of Asians in the Zoutpansberg was not unusual. Centuries before, Africans living deep in the southern African hinterland, as far as present-day Botswana, conducted trade with merchants from Arabia, India, the Far East and the Swahili coast. The Limpopo Valley served as an important trade route from east to west, long before north-south trade links were established with the Cape. As early as 800 AD, Arab traders had contact with the Vavenda on both sides of the Limpopo River. The Arabs bartered beads, cloth, porcelain and iron utensils used in mining, agriculture and hunting in exchange for ivory and wild animal skins. Highly skilled bone tool craftsmen of Mapungubwe turned ivory into marvelous bracelets, bangles, pendants, animal and human figurines. Such items were traded for sea snail shells brought by Arab merchants. Some of the glass beads, Vulungu Hamadi, literally the bead of the water, uncovered in excavations conducted between 2010 and 2012 at Magoro Hill, close to where Manuel da Gama later had a shop, have been shown to have come from the east, and that the important Vulungu Hamadi were used as early as the 1500s for rainmaking rituals held at Magoro. This was even before Magoro became the stronghold of a Venda chiefdom. The existence of ancient trade links between Asian and African tribes in the northern Transvaal has sparked speculation about the origins of the word Magoa, which the Basotho, Batswana and Bapedi, all Sotho-speaking nations, used to refer to white people. Why do the Sotho-speaking people not call white people Maburu, Boers? Is it then possible that by the term Magoa, people from Goa are meant? The linguist and ethnologist Nicolaas van Warmelo answers this question with yes. In his words, I can only suggest the derivation of Goa from contact with the Portuguese, compare Algoa Bay, Delagoa Bay. But the historian Neil Parsons suggests other possible origins of the word Makhoa and states that its origin cannot be determined with absolute certainty. He nevertheless points out that the earliest sources tend to agree that the expression Makhoa refers to long-haired, possibly light-skinned traders and travelers from the east coast. While reading some other material related to this topic, I came across a short article titled The Magoa, which was published in the 1890s by Lionel Deckel, the first European at the time to have made the longest journey at one stretch across Africa, from the west coast to the east coast, a distance of over 7,000 miles or 11,260 kilometers. He was also the first man to travel from the southernmost point of Africa to above the equator. He came across the Magoa during his trip at a place called Chikoa, which lies between Zumbo and Tete, both of which are situated on the banks of the Zambezi River. Deckel was struck by their appearance, which was thoroughly different from that of all other African tribes he had come across. He was particularly struck by their straight lips and nose, large and open eyes, and the very many deep incisions they made on the face, neck, and body, and the scars around these incisions. The women wore a brass ring in their upper lip and a huge ivory button in their enlarged earlobes. Deckel was of the view that very little was known about the small Magoa tribe, which lived mainly on the left banks of the Zambezi. He concluded that they were, if not the original, at least the oldest inhabitants of the region. Whether the Magoa are the same people as the Makua or an offshoot of the Makua people of northern Mozambique, we cannot tell. It is also hard to say which people Vavenda mean by the term Mkua singular and Bakua plural. All this suggests that more thorough research is required to establish the true origins of the term Makroa, Magoa, Bakua. Goans in the Zoutpansberg. When the young Portuguese hunter and ivory merchant Diocleciano Fernandez das Neves visited Schoemansdal, he was struck by the fact that the burghers there believed all Portuguese were from Goa. In his book describing his journey to and from Zoutpansberg, he stated that one evening Albacini hosted a supper for him at his house. They were joined by a number of local Boer residents who were curious to see a stranger and to know whether he was an Asiatic or a European, because they were convinced that no other Portuguese existed. They were shocked to hear that he was a true Portuguese. During the meal, they kept asking Albacini, whom they believed was an Italian, whether this was in fact true, and when he told that he was genuinely Portuguese, they stared at Das Neves, shaking their head in disbelief. The Goans who died in Schoemansdal were also buried there, but it would be hard to tell the name of the person buried in a particular grave, because the only word that was inscribed on the grave was Goa. In fact, many years later, long after Schoemansdal had been evacuated and burnt to the ground, Senator Munich, a one-time magistrate in the northern Transvaal, Limpopo province, visited the deserted Schoemansdal graveyard. He was struck by the number of graves that were only marked Goa. When he asked what the reason was for this, he was told that Albacini had ordered that the graves of all Ethiopian Portuguese buried there should not be marked with any other wording. Albacini, who in 1858 was appointed by the Governor-General of Mozambique to the post of Vice-Consul General of the Zuid-Afrikaanse Republiek, ZAR, as the Transvaal was then known, had much say about what was to happen to the remains and the assets of Portuguese subjects who passed away in the ZAR. But why he would have given such a senseless instruction remains a mystery. By far the most prosperous of the Goan traders in the entire Zoutpansberg area was Casimiro Simões, or Old Casimir as the locals called him. His wealth was largely attributable to the profits he made from selling the vast quantities of ivory he bought from hunters. Fernandez das Neves had this to say about Simões. I was very kindly received by Senor Casimiro Simões, a native of Goa, who lodged me in his own house. This gentleman, who was one of the wealthiest merchants in the Republic, had 3 establishments, well supplied with piece goods and other merchandise. He was a very estimable person and an intelligent merchant. In the 1860s, Gelazio worked for Simões for a while as a bookkeeper in his shop in Schoemansdal. This information derives from a ledger kept by Simões in Portuguese titled Livro Mestre, Zoutpansberg, September 1863, number 2C, Simões, which contained the names of 141 customers. A double page was allocated to each customer, with one page recording the credits earned by the customer from the sale of ivory and the other page reflecting the debits incurred when taking goods. Unfortunately, this ledger, which was kept in the SP Engelbrecht Museum in Pretoria, has disappeared without a trace. However, de Waal, to whom credit is owed for bringing to light this information, mentions that Felazio Cornelio Fernandez, a 35-year-old Goanese, was one of Simoes's bookkeepers for a while, but he returned to Goa in 1865. He was succeeded by a young Portuguese, Bras Piedade Pereira, who worked as a bookkeeper and shop clerk. Gelasio and Manuel among the Goans in Schoemansdal. Hardly any information is available on what happened to Gelasio and Manuel once they arrived in the Zoutpansberg. According to Miss Ilse Horner, whose father, Wilhelm Borchers, owned a network of trading facilities in the Zoutpansberg and who knew the children of Gelasio and Manuel quite well, as they had worked for him, Gelasio and Manuel arrived in the Zoutpansberg with Albacini as part of his luggage carriers. However, we know that for some time Gelasio was employed as Simoes's bookkeeper, and when he returned to Goa for a short visit in 1865, his job was taken over by another young Goan, Bras Piedade Pereira. A year later, Pereira became a licensed liquor dealer in Schoemansdal and a licensed hawker in Pretoria, where he subsequently became a resident trader. It appears, therefore, that by the 1860s, Gelasio was no longer associated with Albacini, but there is much we still do not know about his whereabouts between leaving Lourenço Marques and working for Simoes, apart from the fact that he probably briefly worked for Albacini in the Ohrigstad area. We also have no idea where he first lived in the Zoutpansberg district, nor how he was occupied before working for Simoes. What is more, we have no idea how long his visit to Goa was. All we know is that he left for Goa in 1865, but was back in Spelonken in 1868 as a farmer and trader. This is evidenced by a petition sent in 1868 to the President of the South African Republic, signed by him and 14 other farmers from Klein Spelonken. The petitioners expressed their preference for Stephanus Schoeman as diplomatic agent in Zoutpansberg, arguing that his arrival had helped restore peace with the neighbouring Vavenda. As a result, they were able to return to their respective farms rather than remain in lagers. Further grounds for assuming that Gelasio was living in the Spelonken ward of the Zoutpansberg are evidenced by the fact that Pereira's shop ledger shows entries for G.C. Fernandez, starting from 1868. Also, in his declaration made before the 1871 Transvaal Commission on African Labour, which shall be discussed later, Gelasio stated as follows: "I am a trader, and most of the time reside in Zoutpansberg in the district ward Spelonken, with effects from about the year 1868. But the statement above does not tell us precisely where he lived, for Spelonken was a vast area, divided into Klein and Groot Spelonken. Klein Spelonken stretched more or less from present-day Marabeesdorp to just south of present-day Elam, and Groot Spelonken was northeast of Polokwane, with Morebeng, formerly Zoekmekaar, as its centre. Also, we have no idea what Gelasio traded in or where. Judging from the items he bought at Pereira's shop, which are ordinarily stocked by traders in their shops, it is unlikely that Gelasio was a trader in the everyday sense of the word. He bought on the book, as we say today. Why would a shopkeeper buy on account from another shopkeeper? He bought stuff such as salampor, coloured cotton cloth with interlaced stripe and checked patterns, punjum, cloth of a peculiar, strong and durable texture, honey, mustard, wine, beer, shoe soles, socks, linen, flour, moleskin, guns, etc. Pereira wrote down the items in a mixture of English, Portuguese, and a Dutch of sorts, for example, kommetjies instead of kommetjies, meaning caps, and fell shoes instead of veldskoene, walking shoes made from tanned leather and used as a footwear of the Great Trek. Indeed, judging from the many times that Gelasio bought footwear, especially shoe soles, suggests that he spent more time in the bush as an ivory hunter than at his trading post as a shopkeeper. I reached to this conclusion based on the number of entries in Pereira's ledger in which Gelasio bartered his ivory for groceries. Given that he was still a bachelor in the 1860s, his purchases of salampor and other textiles and reels of cotton implies that he possibly used these items to barter for ivory tusks or for purpose of hawking among the Vavenda and Shangaan people in the eastern part of the Klein Spelonken, an area which white traders mostly avoided out of fear of dying of malaria, then still known as fever, the dreaded black water fever, and other subtropical diseases prevalent in the area. Gelasio marries Cornelia. On the 30th of October 1872, Gelasio, then 44, married 20-year-old Cornelia Margareta Nel in Marabastad. Marabastad, mentioned here, is not the well-known Asiatic bazaar in the center of Pretoria's business district, but was the name given to a small village located about 10 kilometers west of present-day Polokwane. Marabastad was the locality to which most of the inhabitants of Schoemansdal moved when their town was evacuated in 1867. Cornelia Nel was the first of 10 children born of Gerrit Lucas Nel and Susanna Wilhelmina Carolina Nel, née Combrink, both of whom were born at the Cape. Cornelia's father passed away in August 1869 on the farm Bergvliet in the Zoutpansberg district, and her mother in January 1898 on the farm Goedehoop in the Houtbosberg ward of the Zoutpansberg. On her paternal side, Cornelia was a descendant of Guillaume Niel or Nel, the progenitor of the Nels in South Africa. He was from Rouen, France, and arrived in the Cape sometime before 1690 as part of the waves of French Huguenot refugees who fled France because they were being persecuted on religious grounds. On her maternal side, Cornelia's grandfather was Willem Andries Combrink, whose biographic details are unclear. His grandmother was Maria Johanna Combrink, née Duploy, whose details are equally obscure. The ancestor of the Combrink family was Hermann Combrink, an ex-soldier from Bielefeld, Germany, who married Magdalena Combrink, née Ley, the daughter of a Swiss and a slave of the Dutch East India Company who was called Armozijn de Kleine, de Vrijzwaarten Armozijn Glaas van de Kaap, probably of Angolan or Ghanaian origin. Cornelia was the firstborn of the Nel children. Her siblings were Katarina Frederica, Anna Helena Marta, Gerrit Petrus Daniel Jacobus, Mieta, Andries Wilhelm, and Cornelia Johanna. Indeed, one may well ask how a Roman Catholic Goan came to marry the daughter of a Protestant Voortrekker family. But Albacini, who married a burgher's daughter, initially encountered much resistance from his prospective Voortrekker parents-in-law, mainly because they regarded him as a Portuguese and a Roman Catholic on top of it, an outrageous combination in their eyes. Yet, despite these reservations, the marriage did take place. Most of the Goans in the Zoutpansberg took their cue from Albacini and married young burgher daughters. Of course, marrying the daughters of burghers had a positive spin-off for Portuguese and Goan men, as the marriages opened new business opportunities for them. Schoemansdal brides were often very young. Josina van Warmelo, who was married to the local pastor, Reverend Nicolaas van Warmelo, was struck by the fact that girls often married at 15 or 16, sometimes even at 12. The Goan secretary of Albacini, Jacob Cristavao de Couto, married the 12-year-old Miss Duploy. It reportedly often happened that during the lunch break, her husband had to go back to work without having had lunch, simply because his teenage wife was too busy playing with her dolls to prepare lunch. The children of Gelasio and Cornelia Fernandez. After marrying in 1872, the newlywed Fernandez couple lived on the Morganson farm, which, according to an archival document dated March 1873, belonged to Gelasio. The document states that the farm was occupied by one male, Fernandez, and one female, presumably his wife, and no children. A second document from the same archival batch of 1873 documents lists the inhabitants of the Klein Spelonken. It again lists G. C. Fernandez as a boer, a farmer, and gives his age as 56. Gelasio and Cornelia had no children for the first 4 years of their marriage, but when the children came, they came thick and fast. Altogether, 7 boys were born of the marriage. They were from oldest to the youngest: José Gaetano Jacobus, Jules Cornelis, Willem Andries, Francisco Xavier, Johannes Albacini, Marcus Avelin, and Gerrit Petrus Lazarus Daniel Jacobus. José was baptized in Pretoria on the 19th of July 1876 by the Reverend Bosman, after whom Bosman Street in present-day Pretoria is named. Francisco was baptized on Albacini Farm, Goedewunsch, by Reverend L.G.F. Picard, Albacini's son-in-law. The other brothers were baptized in Marabastad. Travelling from one distant town to another to baptize children placed a heavy demand on the pastors in those days. Even though the Voortrekkers were accustomed to wandering from place to place across mountains and plains, journeying from one place to another remained a hazardous and tiresome affair. Roads were poor and often impassable, especially during the rainy season when the Springbok flats were muddy with clay building up around the hooves of oxen and wagon wheels, resulting in the travelling party being bogged down in heavy sludge, a nightmare for both the driver and his passengers. For Gelasio and Cornelia to have travelled all the way from the Zoutpansberg to Pretoria for a baptism was therefore no small feat, even though the journey was undertaken in the dry month of July. Pastor Marinus Joseph Godefroy, who baptized one of the Fernandez boys, had the Herculean task of serving as pastor in Pretoria, Middelburg and Standerton, while also serving as councillor of the Zoutpansberg parish. For him, this was a period of constant travelling and trekking again. Manuel de Gama. From the scant documentary evidence available and the information passed down by word of mouth, Manuel established himself as a businessman relatively quickly after setting foot in the Zoutpansberg. By all accounts, he appears to have been more enterprising, more businesslike in his ways than Gelasio. As one of the few established local traders, he made his money during the heyday of Schoemansdal. At one time, he ran a successful transport business, ferrying goods from Pietersburg to Louis Trichardt. However, a horrific experience brought this profitable enterprise to a sudden end. This happened during a special trip that he had made to Rhodesia as a transport rider. On the return journey, he and his employees found the Limpopo River in flood and impossible to ford. However, his team of workers believed the river was nevertheless crossable, and trusting their judgment, Manuel decided to cross. But alas, no sooner had they entered the hectic water when the ferocious current swept away workers, wagon and span. Only by sheer luck did Manuel and 2 of his trek donkeys make it to the other side. Needless to say, that was the end of Manuel's transport business. The farm Klipfontein. In the early 1870s, Manuel lived on the farm Klipfontein, 25 kilometers east of Louis Trichardt and 10 kilometers northeast of Elim, which he bought from a certain Willem Andries Pretorius on the 3rd of April 1872. This farm had been granted to Pretorius by the government. The people were neither consulted nor necessarily informed of this. Within 3 months of acquiring the land, Pretorius sold Klipfontein to one Manuel Maria de Gama on the 3rd of April 1872. Nearly a year later, on the 7th of February 1873, de Gama sold Klipfontein to a Scotsman called John Watt. 3 years later, in April 1876, Watt sold the farm to the Swiss missionaries who renamed it Valdezia after the native canton Vaud in Switzerland. The farm then consisted of dilapidated huts that leaked like a sieve when it rained, and a small tin-roofed building which had served as a shop and was as hot as an oven in summer. The manner in which Manuel acquired the Klipfontein farm contradicts the oral tradition, according to which Manuel is said to have been given the farm by Paul Kruger as a token of thanks for the wars Manuel had fought alongside Kruger's army. Granted, Kruger owned and speculated with numerous properties, but there is no evidence of his ownership of a farm, Klipfontein, in the Zoutpansberg district. At the time he is said to have given the farm to Manuel, Kruger was then still Commandant General, a position that certainly did not authorize him to give people property as he pleased. Admittedly, when Kruger became president of the South African Republic in the 1880s, he did at times give property to people, but only to those who sang for their supper, in other words, those who towed the South African Republic's political line. One such beneficiary of Kruger's generosity, whom Kruger gave 2 farms near Ermelo, was Hans Merensky, who had totally supported wars aimed at subjugating black people. He was the most prominent of the Berlin Mission missionaries, who propagated the theory that the standing of the Berlin Mission Church in African societies could only be improved by utterly destroying African political, social, and economic systems, which, in turn, would result in the uprooting and social dislocation of Africans, men and women alike. We cannot say for sure where Manuel lived before he bought the Klipfontein farm and after he sold it. I am more inclined to go along with the view of Professor Booyens, who has over the years supervised archaeological excavations in the greater Zoutpansberg area, that Manuel's trading post was close to the capital town of the Venda chief Masia, which is between the Little Letaba and the Luvuvu rivers, probably on the farm Naboomkop. Furthermore, the literature suggests that Manuel was not tied to a single trading post, but to at least 2, one at Shikundu and the other at Mukula. Manuel's shop. What was bought and sold. Fortunately, Manuel left a ledger or an account book of the things he bought and sold at his shop, or trading post as they're usually called shops located in rural places. The ledger contains records of some business transactions that took place between 1860 and 1863. A copy of the ledger was originally given to Professor Patrick Harries in 1980 by Vincent de Gama, Manuel's grandson, who was then living in Kurulen. Although the entries Manuel made in his ledger are somewhat haphazard in places and indistinct in others, they nevertheless afford us a glimpse of the day-to-day commercial profile of his shop. The language used is almost exclusively in Portuguese, but here and there he wrote down the Dutch and English terms, for example, snuff boxes, saddlecloth, coberta de capoco, which is a woolen blanket, tondoldos, for tonteldoos, meaning tinderbox, and slageyster, for slageyster, which is a trap in English, bokram, billy goat, and blue linen. Interestingly, he did not write down the names of his suppliers. Customers too are not mentioned by name, except for a few such as Sidada, Sigamano, Masunga, Silabuleli, and Injamazan. Manuel typically sold textiles such as plain cloth, jackets, bright-colored blankets and cotton cloaks, mirrors, bangles, bracelets, beads, copper pipes, shovels, padlocks, knives, switchblades, smoking pipes, the occasional bottle of acha, rice, cooking oil, mustard, sugar, malted sorghum, and other ingredients for making home-brewed beer. Some of the things he sold have names which we do not use or understand today. For example, Rosario de Navatona, invariably bought together with Mtombo for making beer, Mipanga, Carlagani, Pepa de Zuarte, Mazozo, Leprazaza, etc. Some of these words were probably used by the Tsonga people in Mozambique, but have since fallen into disuse. That is why their meanings remain obscure. A highly prized item sold by Manuel was the hoe, which he wrote using the Portuguese word enxada. In those days, hoes were not bought for weeding or planting, but mainly as a currency to pay lobola, bride price. Hoes were imported from Portugal via Lourenço Marques. Some of the merchants in Lourenço Marques, who knew how valuable hoes were to the locals, started importing factory-made ones from Lisbon, but in such large quantities that in 1874, a total of some 255,000 hoes, valued at £13,350, arrived in Lourenço Marques. But because the supply now exceeded the demand, this led to real inflation, which devalued the shipment, with the result that the surplus hoes started to rust, making it difficult to transport them to distant places inland. The upshot of all this was that, from the end of the 19th century, cash earned in pounds sterling began replacing the hoe as currency, a development that took place as more and more migrant labourers from Mozambique returned home on leave with money earned from the gold and diamond mines in South Africa. Manuel's involvement in slavery. Manuel lost his moral compass altogether when he strayed into the reprehensible practice of buying and selling African children as slaves. Officially, the children were said to be taken into apprenticeships, or in Afrikaans, inboekelinge, booked in children. The terminology used was deceptive, for in practice, the children were sold into slavery. They were referred to as black ivory, a term that leaned on the main export item of the Zoutpansberg, namely the white ivory obtained from the elephant hunt. This despicable, though highly profitable trade involved the kidnapping of African children and women and selling them off to Boer farmers, even to highly placed officials of the government, as well as state officials. Most of the children were captured by specifically purposed Boer commandos. As Fred Moran writes, by far the largest number of slaves was generated by commandos entering the Zoutpansberg, Blouberg, Waterberg to attack the Langa and Sebetiele, Amandebele, Vavenda, Moletsi, Bakwena and Bagananwa, among others. These commandos were often akin to military contingents, travelling with cannons, ox wagons, large numbers of armed African auxiliaries, and slaughter stock. Rather than launch quick raids, they preferred to besiege Africans in caves or on mountaintops and starve or parch them into submission. Away for months at a time, they followed the main Schoemansdal road leading north from Pretoria through Nailstroom and Potgieterstraat near Pietersburg. In addition to slave children, these large commandos returned with herds of cattle and flocks of sheep and goats. Lydenburg-Oorigstad in Mpumalanga also received slaves taken in raids on the Nzunza, Amandebele, Bakopa and Bapedi, and these were sent in turn to Pretoria via Middelburg. In the Zoutpansberg, many children were captured during punitive expeditions against chiefs who refused to pay the detested opgaaf, a form of tax payable to the government of the South African Republic. These punitive campaigns were regularly backed up by Tsonga refugees, allies of Albasini and Michael Bass, who often led such raids. Even the mighty chiefdom of Mojaji was not spared any raids. For example, in a raid of Mojaji's chiefdom in 1861, Boers from Zoutpansberg captured not only large numbers of oxen, sheep and goats, but also some 400 children. Children taken captive in the raid were forced to walk or ride tens, sometimes hundreds of kilometers over days, weeks, and occasionally even months, before being handed over to individual Boer or English owners. Owners required the children to perform various tasks, such as serving as herdsmen, ox wagon leaders, voerleiers, canal and dam diggers, builders of boerhouses and churches. While the Apprentice Act, which was the law governing the keeping of so-called inboekelinge, required that they be set free on attaining the age of 25, not all slave owners felt bound by these provisions. Of course, the owners of inboedelings denied that the children were slaves. A common argument of the captors was that the children were orphans in need of protection, but this was only because they had killed their parents. They also sought to distinguish the children from slaves with the spurious argument that a slave was a person sold into perpetual servitude at a public auction for cash. The enslavement of children and women as well was also abetted by some unscrupulous African headmen. Once a Tsonga leader, Chikwalakwala, had no qualms about handing over 10 children as part of the tribute payable to Albasini, the superintendent of the tribes in the eastern Zoutpansberg. In other cases, tribal chiefs exchanged so-called orphans as payment for goods brought from whites. Manuel's ledger entries for the year 1863 shows that he too probably participated in raids on chiefdoms. At the top of one page is written Segunda Malembe, with some illegible words after that. The Segunda Malembe is no doubt a misspelling of Chikunda Malema, which is some 45 kilometers away from Chikundu, where Manuel had a trading post. The entries on the Segunda Malembe page show that from March to October 1863, he sold 1 cow and 1 boy inteiro, 1 unharmed healthy boy, for £58, 2 mulecas youngsters for £200, 1 vaca com bezero cow with calf for £76, 1 caixa de música, indistinct but could mean 1 music box or gramophone. Another list of 1863 ledger entries reflects a total of 8 boys and a youngster, sold for prices ranging from £20 to £60 each, with the youngster fetching £100. These transactions are listed together with other sales involving elephant tusks and livestock, which strongly points to merchandise carried away from a raid of a chiefdom. In fact, when the German missionary Merensky journeyed to the far northern Transvaal, he noted in his diary that one day, as he and his party approached a group of African people camping on the banks of the Lichlabane, Klein Letaba River, they fled. But when they caught up with one of the women and asked why they were running away, all she said was, "I am scared of Manuele, I fear the chiefs." Merensky did not know who the Manuele was, of whom she was terrified, but only after asking around did one of the Tsongas, who was with him, explain that Manuele was a Makala chief who lived far away. Only afterwards did they learn that this mysterious Manuele was in fact Portuguese Emmanuel. There can be little doubt that the Manuele in question was, in fact, our Manuel de Gama. Manuel's involvement in the slave trade did not go unnoticed by the Vavenda. It is therefore unsurprising that in 1864, he, as well as several other white farmers bordering on the eastern Zoutpansberg, suffered painful losses at the hands of Captain Madaze, a subordinate of Chief Mpapuli, when 8 of his workers were killed during a hunting trip and 11 ivory tusks taken as loot. But what was Manuel like as a person? It is hard to say, and we cannot tell solely on the basis of the thin, fragmented documentary evidence at our disposal. However, based on the bits of documentary evidence available, it seems that Manuel was an eccentric, someone who preferred to be the odd one out, but at the same time, he was purposeful in his ways, opportunistic, tight-fisted, and unscrupulous when it came to making a quick buck. In today's language, we would say he was a quiet schemer or operator, always on the go and continuously on the lookout for new opportunities. He comes across as someone on whom it was hard to put a finger insofar as it concerned both his family life and business activities. For example, if we take just his business activities, we cannot say for sure where he was actually based. Was it at Chikundukop, where he was known to live in 1877, according to the Reverend Klaus Kuhn, the Berlin mission missionary, who later started the Gorgenholz mission at Chifudi? As to his trading and hunting activities, it appears that Manuel moved away from the main white community node in Klein Spelonken as early as the 1850s. He headed east in the direction of what is now the Kruger National Park, scouting for new trade adventures. Being a born and bred Goan, an ex-transport rider, and with much experience gained from his wanderings through malaria-ridden bushveld, Manuel was not the type of person to be intimidated by dense bush, sweltering heat, and deadly snakes. Like many of the Zoutpansberg inhabitants, moving from place to place had become a habit with him. Breaking away from the rest of the Schoemansdal burghers would, therefore, not have taken much self-inducement. Besides, he probably realized that the uninhibited and relentless slaughtering of elephants and wildlife would one day lead to a sharp decline in the availability of ivory and animal skins. Prospects of hunting ivory in the east were much brighter, but Venda and Tsonga chiefs, conscious of the huge profits to be made from the ivory trade, had grown increasingly impatient with brazen white hunters who trespassed on their territory at will, doing what they liked. As Hay states, the way through the Lovell was dangerous for traders as roving bands under instruction from rulers or on their own initiative attempted to intercept caravans and relieve traders and porters of their goods. Manuel, who by then was fluent in Xitsonga and quite proficient in Chivenda, would have successfully integrated himself with the chief Makwarela to gain his permission to set up a trading post at Chikundu. Another reason for assuming that Manuel had moved away from the Schoemansdal area is that his name does not appear on the petition sent to the South African Republic's government in 1868 by 15 inhabitants of the Klein Spelonken, requesting that Schoeman be appointed as government agent for the Zoutpansberg. 8 of the petitioners, including Gelazio, were foreigners. Instead, we find Manuel's name among the 80 names of farmers, predominantly from the eastern Zoutpansberg, who requested the government of the South African Republic to authorize them to establish from their own ranks a committee that would ensure that Albacini collected the opgave fairly and that what was paid to him did not end up in his own pocket. The petitioners specifically requested that the commission be appointed to monitor Albacini's actions in the eastern districts, for which Albacini was responsible. These areas comprised the chiefdoms of Lwamonde, Mashau, Mpapuli, Chivase, Madzivandila, Rambuda, Tengwe, Luonde, Leote, and Lebolo by Leboloscope, Magor, Tapalala, and Mojaji. Manuel's family. Manuel married a Shangaan woman, Maria Nwawamsungwini Makamu, who, according to oral history, was from Mukula. This would help explain the existence of Mukula's store, which was subsequently run by Manuel's son, Vincent. We do not know when Manuel and Maria married. The year could have been 1864 or 1865, but this is difficult to verify. 9 children were born of the marriage, and they were, consecutively, Paul Pedro, João, Dodida, Antonio, Joaquina, Vincent Caetano, Philip, Joaquim, Requeta. Manuel had a son born out of wedlock to a white woman. The circumstances that led to Paul's birth have been handed down by word of mouth as follows. Manuel's neighbouring farmer, an Englishman, returned to England for a year, leaving his wife to take care of the farm business. However, before leaving, he asked Manuel to ensure that his wife suffers no harm and to oversee the farm's business. But Manuel, who, as per oral accounts, was said to have had a keen eye for a lady's ankle, did more than keep a vigilant eye over the grass widow. He and the grass widow fell in love, an affair which led to the birth of Paul in 1864. Alas, when the Englishman returned, he walked straight into this unexpected situation. Instead of kicking up a storm, however, he politely asked Manuel to take care of the infant and returned to England with his wife after selling the farm. Manuel's wife, Maria, who had then just given birth to João, their firstborn in wedlock, nursed Paul as her own baby, breastfeeding him alongside João. Interestingly, Paul's death certificate states that he was born in Schoemansdal. His mother, our grass widow, being a European, probably preferred being delivered by a white midwife, as though there were no African midwives around. Paul's death certificate first records his race as Portuguese, but this was scratched out and replaced with European. His status is given as not married, his occupation as grain farmer, and the cause of his death as malaria. He died on the 25th of March 1905 at the age of 41, and the place of death is recorded as Maumani Shewaze, Zoutpansberg, which could possibly be a misspelling of Maungane Chivase. His doctor at the time of his death was Dr. Lingme of the Swiss Mission Hospital, Elim. Although his death certificate says nothing about his having any offspring, according to historical oral accounts, Paul had 3 children, Johannes, Cornelius, and Martha. The histories of Johannes and Martha are unclear, for they distanced themselves from the rest of the family and relatives. Johannes is known to have had 4 children, namely Kate, Beatrice, and twins, 2 girls. Martha is said to have married Mr. Sneeman, but it is unknown whether they had any children. Cornelius, Paul's second-born, got married in 1924 at the age of 30 to the 25-year-old Ella Hughes from the farm Syferfontein, district Zoutpansberg. The couple then moved to Pretoria, where Cornelius opened a tailor shop. They returned to the Zoutpansberg region, where Cornelius opened a shop in Chikota, the old location overlooking the centre of town in Louis-Trichardt. The couple, who subsequently died at Mavambe, in the then homeland of Gazankulu, to which they were forcibly removed under the apartheid laws, regardless of their tenacious resistance to the move. They were survived by their children, Paul, Selfie, India, Ida, Etienne, Mary, Cornelius, whom we know as Uncle Nel of Shikukwane, where he presently lives with his wife Mavis, Jane, Jimmy, and Lillian. Before turning to focus on João, let me briefly set out the histories of Manuel and Maria's other children. Dodida. According to oral accounts, Dodida is said to have married Alfred da Fonseca, the son of José Tavares da Fonseca, an immigrant from Portugal who was born in Lisbon in 1852 and who came to run a wayside hotel at Klein Letaba. But documentary evidence shows that Dodida never married Alfred, for he was her son. In fact, Dodida never married at all. In his last will and testament, José Tavares da Fonseca explicitly stated that he was bequeathing to his wife Dodida de Gama, with whom he was then living as man and wife, although they were not legally married, all his jewellery and the sum of £100, which was to be paid to her as soon as was conveniently possible after his death. He also stated that the rest of his estate should be divided between his son Jack de Fonseca and the following, who were children of Dodida da Gama by him: Mary da Fonseca, Caroline da Fonseca, Alfred da Fonseca, and Dora da Fonseca. Who Jack's mother was is unclear. He signed his will at Grandview in the Transvaal colony on the 30th of January 1905. The question that springs up is then, by whom did Dodida have the children that are said to have been from her marriage to Alfred, namely Freddie, Lulu, Jockey, Mary, Katrina, Deborah, and Alfred? Archival documents also show that in 1915, José da Fonseca was present at the death of his 8-year-old child who died of fever, malaria perhaps? But Fonseca's status is given as single. What had happened to Dodida? Caroline got married in 1924 to Mortimer Wilton Ashe, Morty or Morty as the Shangaan people called him, who was a wealthy man who owned 5 shops at Papazela, Benstore, Makuleleke, Malanye, and Medon. Caroline was then 24 and Morty 43. Dodida died in 1953 at the age of 83 on the farm Ongedacht in the Zoutpansberg region, but she lived on the farm Waterboom, which belonged to Fonseca, where she was buried, and also Morty Ashe. Fonseca's Grandview Hotel was a much talked about establishment in its day. In his book, The Ivory Trail, T.V. Bulpin had this to say about Fonseca and his wayside hotel. Klein Letaba was a major milestone along the Ivory Trail. It was here that a disreputable old character, known to all and sundry as de Fon Siku, had a wayside hotel and carried on a trade, roaring in more ways than one, with passing adventurers and the rough crowd of miners from the lonely bushveld mines such as the Birthday, Louis Moore, and Golden Ophir. Each Saturday, they banked their wages in his bar. Antonio. He married Martha Masango, the daughter of Makwakwaza, father, and Monete Masango, mother, in 1932. The Masangos were from Spelonken. The marriage was solemnized by Reverend Henry Philippe Junot, the internationally renowned anthropologist and prisoner rights activist then based at the Swiss Presbyterian Mission in Pretoria. Antonio and Martha lived in Riverside Native Township in Pretoria, where they owned 2 lots. They had 5 children, namely Rosie, Dordida, who predeceased her parents, Violet, Willie, and Maria. Martha, who was a Shangaan woman from Spelonken, died in 1947 at the age of 55. Antonio died a year later at the age of 76. Both he and Martha were buried at the Riverside Cemetery in Pretoria. Oral tradition has it that Paul, Reketa, and Jane were also children of Antonio and Martha. Although there is no documentary evidence supporting this account, it in a way means that the 3 children are mere phantoms or figments of the imagination. In fact, the author did know Paul personally. He lived in Mara Baystorp and was married to Rosie. The author also knows Zombo, Jane de Gama's son, who lives in Pretoria. Antonio used to be a foreman at the legendary Shillings Mineral Works, 447 Church Street, Pretoria, a had-to-be-known address at the time for any able-bodied de Gama from the rural north who was looking for a job in town. Antonio could always be counted upon to use his good offices with the non-bureaucratic owners of the company to wangle a job for members of the family. Reketa. Not much known about Reketa, except that on the 11th of September 1911, she married Dudula Razimati, who, like her, was from Kurulen. Joachim Jockey got married to Lily Hughes at Louis Trichardt in 1913. Jockey attended Lemana College, where he studied to become a teacher. He subsequently became the principal of the Kurulen Primary School. He and Lily had 4 children, namely Moses, Vincent, Teddy, and Ali. Vincent Caetano was perhaps the most mysterious of Manuel and Maria's children. Like his father, it is hard to pin him down to a particular place, for he seemed to like the road. The only documentary evidence about him has to do with his death. The death certificate states that he was married to Sani Makatrina. His wife died in 1908, and he on the 27th of November 1911. They had a son, Pete, who was only 5 at the time of his father's death. Vincent's usual place of residence on the form titled Form of Information of a Death is given as Shikundu Kop, Ward Klein Spelonken, Zoutpansberg, Transvaal. His occupation is written as transport rider, and the place of death Mkula Store, Shiwas, Ward Klein Spelonken, Zoutpansberg, Transvaal. The intended place of burial is noted as Mkula. Present at the death was Joe Fernandez, with his signature whose address is given as the junction Shiwas, Ward Klein Spelonken, Zoutpansberg, Transvaal. At the time of Vincent's death, the address of his mother, Maria, is given as Grand View Hotel, Klein Spelonken, Fonseca's place. Does this mean she moved to Fonseca's after Manuel's death? What is also puzzling is that when Vincent got married, he was a resident at the Grand View Hotel. His marriage to Sani was solemnized at Makwarela's location, which would mean at Shikundu. To sum up, Vincent's biographical details leave us with more questions than answers. It seems that Pete remained in the Shikundu area, but it is unclear who raised him. However, in 1927, when he was 21, he got married to 18-year-old Sunny Morty Ash. Their marriage certificate states that at the time of their marriage, they both lived at Chikundu. Ignacio de Gama, the son of João, was the marriage witness. Joaquina. Very little is known about Joaquina. Archival material shows that she married Gabriel Bass on 17 April 1899. Her whereabouts are unknown. According to oral narratives, the couple emigrated to the then Rhodesia. Philip. Like his sister Joaquina, Philip also married a Bass, Angela Bass. They got married at Blauberg. Both he and Angela were 22 when they got married in July 1905. What has come down to us by word of mouth is that the couple had 4 children, namely Johanna, Maria, Andries, and Jockey. Johanna married Lucas Henschel, and 5 children were born of the marriage: Rose, Nelly, Gera, Joaquina, and Lucas. Maria married Javan Kaba, and their children are Kanti, Mohan, Melsi, Nona, Fusi, Basi, and Sita. Andries got married to a Bass lady. They had 2 children. Jockey too wedded a Bass woman, Hilda, and their children are John, Paul, and Hunky. So much for the de Gamas for now. There are still many grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, etc., who are traceable to Manuel. I will not name them individually, for even the de Gamas themselves grant that they have become a tribe of their own. Did the children of Gelasio and Manuel attend any school? Of course, having children also entails ensuring they learn to read, write, and count. So where did the children of Gelasio and Manuel learn the 3 R's, that is reading, writing, and arithmetic? In the 1860s and 1870s, there were no schools as we know them today in the Zoutpansberg region. Homeschooling was the order of the day. Usually, it was the children's mother herself who taught them how to read, write, and count. This instruction was very informal and usually took place with the children sitting at their mother's feet while she knitted, crocheted, or mended clothes. They maybe got an ear pinched or a thimble on the head for giving the wrong answer. While some housewives were literate and numerate and strict, others could hardly read themselves, let alone write. Instruction was thus mainly reduced to inculcating the virtues of being obedient, respecting the parents, keeping a level head, and using one's common sense. A promising start in introducing formal schooling was made at Zoutpansberg in the 1860s, a feat accomplished through the hard work of Reverend van Warmelo. But all this petered out due to a lack of qualified teachers, lackluster support from the South African Republic's government, and, last but not least, the evacuation of Zoutpansberg in 1867. The Fernandez family spoke Dutch at home. De Gama's mother tongue was Xitsonga, although Maria, Manuel's wife, was fluent in Dutch. Given that no school existed elsewhere in the Zoutpansberg region, the Fernandez and de Gama children had very little, if any, formal schooling. While both Gelasio and Manuel were literate and numerate, they were probably too occupied with their commercial activities to attend to the educational needs of their children. Gelasio's wife would probably have been the one responsible for instructing the children, but we are not sure and are also not certain whether she herself had undergone any formal education. Probably not. Maria too was most likely illiterate. In fact, archival documents show that their children could barely write. They mostly signed marriage or death certificates by making a cross. Only a few of them seem to have had a practiced handwriting. The first school in Venda was founded in 1878 by the energetic Klaas Goan, a young coloured man from the Cape, who received his theological training in Germany and returned to start the Gorgenholz Lutheran mission station at Chifudi. He ran a day school for children and special evening classes to teach adults to read and write. This was long before the first community school was started in Sibasa in 1920. But Goan's school was too far away for the Fernandez and de Gama children. So too were the rural schools at Strijdpoort and Boskopies, which were perpetually in a state of disrepair. The first-rate schools, staffed by highly qualified teachers, were in Pietersburg, but these were, apart from anything else, too expensive for financially constrained households. Even more expensive was the prestigious dual-medium, privately funded Zoutpansberg Academy in Petersburg. Tempelhof ascribes the lack of a sophisticated schooling within the white frontier community to the habit of requiring some school-age children to lead a nomadic life, accompanying their parents during the hunting season and whiling away their time in the winter pasture fields. Gelasio officially objects to Albacini's ways and decides to trek east. No doubt, there was a time when both Gelasio and Manuel had a close relationship with Albacini. He was a kind of mentor to them, someone they looked up to for his ability to wheel and deal, to negotiate his way through tricky and even life-threatening situations, and his undeniable business skills. These attributes obviously blinded the two young men to his selfishness, greed, and dictatorial manner. According to Rosie de Gama, née Bass, who was married to Manuel's grandson Teddy, she is quoted as saying that Manuel did, in fact, live with Albacini for a while. This might help explain why two of Manuel's sons, João and Antonio, had Albacini as their second name, with Antonio being the name of João's father. But one of Gelasio's sons, too, was named Johannes Albacini Fernandez. Albacini and his wife, in fact, travelled all the way from his farm Goedewunsch in the Spelonken to Marabastad to witness the baptism of Johannes Albacini Fernandez. But these outward manifestations of close friendship are misleading. At best, Gelasio's and Manuel's relationship to Albacini seems to have been strained at times, probably because his devious and manipulative ways worked to their financial disadvantage. This is not the place to deal with these issues in detail, except to say that Albacini's conduct infuriated not only the Vavenda, whom he perpetually sought to conquer and to subjugate once and for all, but also a large segment of the local Boers. What is more, the Portuguese and Goan traders who conducted trade with the Vavenda disliked him intensely, not least because he combined the office of Consul General of Portugal to the Transvaal Republic, a position that calls for the highest degree of integrity and trustworthiness on the part of the appointee, with that of tax collector and superintendent of native affairs to the east, northeast of the Zoutpansberg region. The latter position made him accountable to the Executive Council of the South African Republic's government, which seriously undermined his duty to the Portuguese government as Consul General. To make things worse, the position of superintendent was not one in name only. It required the incumbent, in this case Albacini, to collect the hut tax, opgaaf, described above, which the Vavenda justifiably intensely detested. The manner in which tribute was extracted from Chief Magoro in 1865 was particularly repugnant. The facts of this matter were the following. In August 1865, a commando consisting of about 60 Boers and 1,000 of Albacini's warriors surrounded Magoro Hill, known to the Vavenda as Mwenda, which was the seat of the Venda chief Magoro. They aimed to strong-arm the chief into paying a tribute and to punish him for supporting Makado, the paramount chief of the Western Venda, who was in conflict with the Schoemanstal community leaders. Magoro then personally handed over several cattle to the tax-collecting commando. One of Magoro's councillors was sent back to the stronghold to arrange for the return of weapons. Still, whilst the councillors were away, Magoro and his other councillors were held captive by tying them to a wagon to prevent them from escaping. The Vavenda in the stronghold surrendered 8 weapons and some ivory tusks, but refused to hand over the remaining weapons, as a result of which Magoro and his councillor were instantly executed. The commando then finally seized the stronghold, killed more than 300 occupants of Magoro Hill, stole over 200 cattle, and carted off a number of young women and 120 children. They were taken to Albacini's farm, where the women were distributed among Albacini's private Tsonga army. The cattle were shared among the burghers, and each white member of the commando received 2 Vavenda children as apprentices, which is to say, slaves. Nothing came of criminal charges laid against Albacini and 2 of the commando leaders. The case was simply dismissed on the phony grounds that the South African Republic's government had earlier endorsed Albacini's report on what took place at Magoro, and that the matter should rather have been decided by a military court, given that the circumstances of the case should be classified as war conditions. No military court hearing was ever held. This kind of conduct on the part of Albacini antagonized a significant segment of the Schoemansdal community. What is more, it incensed Portuguese traders in the region. They believed that such disgraceful deeds by Albacini, a Portuguese diplomat on top of it, would not only bring all the Zoutpansberg Portuguese into disrepute, but also seriously undermine their trade relations with the Vavenda, thereby undermining the need to advance their own self-interest. But he liked collecting taxes, not least because he made sure that a portion of the tax his army forcibly extracted from the Vavenda came his way. It is therefore hardly surprising that 3 of the farmers in the eastern Zoutpansberg who petitioned the South African Republic to empower them to supervise the manner in which tribute was collected were Portuguese. Apart from Manuel, the other 2, Jacob Cristovão de Couto, a constant thorn in Albacini's side, and Enrique Borges Pinto, were former secretaries of Albacini. Gelásio and the 1871 Transvaal Commission on African Labour. It did not take long for Gelásio to express his antagonism towards Albacini. He did so in his declaration before the Transvaal Commission on African Labour, which was established by the South African Republic's government in response to complaints coming from farmers in the central and outlying districts across the Transvaal that Africans were not prepared to subject themselves to working for white farmers. Some African chiefs, such as Makado in the Zoutpansberg, Sekhukhune and Maboho in the eastern districts, had successfully repelled military attacks aimed at subjugating them. The Commission's task was therefore to investigate the complaints and submit a report as soon as possible. The Commission, which was set in Pretoria, started its work in September 1871, only 4 days after it was formed. Gelásio was one of the 7 persons who made declarations. His title is given as a trader from Zoutpansberg. The other persons who made oral declarations were 7 field cornets, 5 members of the Volksraad legislature, 5 African chiefs or councillors, 3 missionaries, 2 landdrosts, the Commandant General, in other words Paul Kruger, a commandant, commanding officer of a military unit, the Registrar of Deeds, and a public prosecutor. Gelásio did not specifically travel all the way from the Zoutpansberg to Pretoria to make a declaration before the Commission. He just happened to be in Pretoria when the Commission sat. His declaration focused mainly on why Africans were unwilling to work for white farmers. His declaration, which was made in Dutch, was recorded as signed by him on the 22nd of September 1871. The translation of the Dutch text of the declaration appears in the book To Make Them Serve, the 1871 Commission on African Labour, by J.S. Berg and Fred Morton. Gelásio's main arguments were the following. He started by stating that he was, at the time, a trader who had resided in the Spelonken ward of Zoutpansberg most of the time since about 1868. He then went on to say that the reason why white people cannot get Africans to work for them is that the Africans did not want to work and pay tribute on top of that as well. He pointed out that Albacini's workers were not paying any tribute, whereas those who worked on other farms were doing so. Africans therefore asked themselves why they should work after all. Gelasio added that he had been told that other Africans from whom Albacini collected tribute paid it over to him in the form of hoes and other goods, which he in turn paid to the Landdrost in paper money. Albacini punished those who did not pay. Gelasio then questioned whether Albacini was the right person to deal with the Africans, for if he were, he would have struck a deal with them long ago. He then said, based on his own experience in interacting with them, Africans lived in peace. He went on to state that if Africans revolted, it would be best to do nothing, as it would require a few thousand soldiers to subdue them. He stated that, in his opinion, Africans should live on state land and pay tax to the government, and that those who refused to do so should be locked up. He was of the view that the government should send a good man and should not allow the Africans to choose. He ended his declaration with the emphatic statement that neither Paul Kruger nor Albacini were good people for Zoutpansberg. Several African captains and some white people who made declarations accused Paul Kruger of serious misconduct against African labourers, so much so that he tried to prevent the commission from publishing its findings. They also narrated how some of the field cornets, the very people who were required to uphold the law, resorted to gross physical abuses. The commission too disapproved strongly of Paul Kruger's brutal behaviour and recommended that, from then onwards, the administration of African affairs be entrusted fully to magistrates, justices of the peace, and field cornets. It further recommended that African captains should have the right not only to be assaulted, but to complain to magistrates when field cornets punished them. The commission recommended that, to stop corruption amongst field cornets who enriched themselves by imposing fines on African chiefs, no field cornet would from then on be allowed to do as they liked with the fines without the approval of the district magistrate. Gelasio's forthright opinion on Albacini was indeed an indication that Albacini had overplayed his hand and that he was beginning to lose the loyalty of those who once trusted him. Misfortune began to beset him. His financial situation deteriorated rapidly from then on. His Tsonga followers began deserting him for wealthier masters. For the rest of his life, he struggled to make a living. He died of a stroke in July 1888 and was buried where his office used to be on his farm Goedewunsch. Gelasio and family move away from Klein Spelonken. It is unclear how long Gelasio lived on the farm Morgensen. What is known is that round about the early 1890s, he and his family packed up and started trekking eastwards towards Mozambique. Why did he decide to move lock, stock and barrel? The reason, it seems, was a financial one. According to oral tradition, Gelasio was neither a successful farmer nor a trader. He incurred debts, which he was unable to repay. At one point in the 1870s, he appears to have owed Pereira £663. This figure is based on an entry in Pereira's shop ledger. By the late 1880s, he had fallen on hard times. With the elephant population almost wiped out through uncontrolled slaughter, the ivory trade had been reduced to just a trickle of what it once was. It was becoming increasingly hard to maintain the farm and to pay his workers. Packing up and leaving had become one of the realistic options. But where he would move to was perhaps the more daunting challenge. Gelasio must have known that the business-minded Manuel de Gama had left for the eastern part of the Zoutpansberg where he set up a trading post. But Manuel had left at a time when elephants and wildlife were plentiful and when sizable profits could still be made from bartering. Moreover, Manuel had gone east as a young bachelor before he married and had a family. He was therefore more mobile and could afford to be more adventurous. Gelasio was not that flexible, given that he had to consider the well-being of his wife and their 7 children. According to oral tradition, he aimed to wend his way back to Lourenço Marques, and, once there, to see how he could return to Goa with his family. Nothing would stop Gelasio from pursuing his aim, not even the land occupation scheme which the South African Republic introduced in July 1886. According to this scheme, white settlers could receive the best of government land, beaconed off into small farms of between 500 and 1,500 morgen each. These small farms were given to a white person free of charge, on the condition that he lived on the farm and cultivated it. In other words, they had to maintain a permanent presence on the frontier. But even this attractive prospect could not hold Gelasio back. Second, what probably also prompted Gelasio's decision to leave was the ominous military mobilization underway in the northern districts. In 1887, equestrian border guards were posted at strategic points from Magubaskloof to the Spelonken. This military build-up signified an imminent attack on Makado, intended to compel him to pay tax. Gelasio was probably in no mood for such a confrontation and would have none of it, having already expressed his reservations about the use of force before the 1871 Transvaal Labour Commission. There were at least 7 known routes that connected the Spelonken to Lourenço Marques and Delagoa Bay, and each had its peculiar dangers, with some more hazardous than others. Malaria, black water fever, and sleeping sickness had claimed the lives of many before, so too had wild animals and poisonous snakes. Gelasio decided on the route leading from present-day Elam via Pafuri, skirting Chiqualaquala in the Gaza province of Mozambique, and onto Delagoa Bay. This route led eastwards through Karringmelkspruit, over Welgevonden, with Mashau Hill and Chimbupfe, Eysterberg on the southern, and Shinkundu Kop and the Luvuvu River on the northern side, over Minga, Shikolokolo, Punda Maria, Klopperfontein and Baobab Hill to Pafuri. From there, the route led through the Limpopo River, past south of Chiqualaquala, and then to Matsambo. It then forecrossed the footpath that led through Shingwedzi Poort from Inhambane to the Zoutpansberg. Further along, it followed the Limpopo River to Delagoa Bay. A real slog, to be sure, but Gelasio might have been familiar with this route, as Albacini and some other hunters from the Zoutpansberg had used it to travel by ox wagon to Makuleke, close to the confluence of the Luvuvu and Limpopo rivers. When Gelasio and family reached Minga, just before the present Punda Maria Gate in the northern part of the Kruger National Park, Cornelia, weary of this going nowhere slowly, felt that she had reached the end of her tether. She flew into a rage, thus living up to the name given to her by the Shangaan people, namely Ngwavila Vila, meaning the hot-tempered one. Realizing that they were about to enter an endless wilderness of mopani trees, dangerous animals, and fever-ridden areas, she put her foot down and said she was not going an inch further. She had heard much about what happened to some risk-takers and show-offs who had hunted or travelled through this intimidating biome. They died, and this was the last thing she wished on herself and her children. Cornelia resolved that this was not going to be their fate, come what may. Gelasio could not but relent to her ultimatum that they return there and then, or look out for a hospitable place, one inhabited by people, where they could settle. Accordingly, the wandering Fernandez party turned left at Minga, crossed the Luvuvu River and trekked further northwest, towards the Zoutpansberg mountain range, until they came to the fertile and densely covered plains of Chifuri, a village on the scenic lower reaches of what is now known as the Mpapuli Nature Reserve. It is here that they outspanned and decided to dwell, at least for the time being. The place where they outspanned is still called Chipaneni in the vernacular today. Chifuri fell under the jurisdiction of Chief Mpapuli. The chief took kindly to Gelasio and allotted him a piece of ground to cultivate. To get him going, Makwarela, the regional ruler and son of Chief Mpapuli, gave him mung bean seeds to plant, which he did, and today the site continues to be called by the name originally given to it by the locals, namely Mutanga Wandodzi, Island of Peace. It is unclear when Gelasio and his family arrived at Chifudi. We also do not know for how long he stayed at Chifudi, but we know that by 1890 he had left. But besides cultivating mung beans, how else did he earn a living whilst at Chifudi? According to the ethnologist Wilfred M.R.D. Poppy, who lived at Chifudi, Gelasio was the first person to grow oranges in the area. But orange trees take several years to bear fruit, so it is doubtful he harvested any oranges before packing up and trekking further. In actual fact, based on our hazy insight into Gelasio's prior occupation, there is nothing to suggest that he was someone who was committed to working the soil. We could therefore assume that the family relied heavily on the goodwill and generosity of local villagers, who likely helped out with millie meal, sorghum, green vegetables, fresh milk, chickens, eggs, fish, raw honey, firewood, and plant remedies for mild ailments, etc. As a token of thankfulness, Gelasio would probably have shared the quarry on his return from the hunt. It is unclear what prompted Gelasio and family to leave Chifudi. Perhaps Gelasio realized that it would take a lot more effort on his part to be financially stable. But to be financially self-sufficient, he would need the initial capital to build a proper house, employ workers, buy agricultural equipment, and construct sheds and outbuildings, etc. But he simply lacked the money to do all this. This could have been a reason for his departure from Chifudi, but this is mere speculation. We also do not know when exactly he left Chifudi to head west. What is known is that in 1889, the local ruler relocated his headquarters at Chipwarapuara near Chifudi to Miluani, which is close to Chififi, to be closer to his father's capital at Mbilwi. His father was the powerful monarch King Mpapuli, who reigned over the vast eastern territory of Venda. Makwarela's move was triggered by a skirmish with his brother, Chikalanga, who was contesting Makwarela's position as the heir apparent. Gelasio, who had grown accustomed to Makwarela, could have decided that he, too, would move and follow in order to remain under the ruler's protective umbrella. The Fernandez party would have left Chifudi during the dry winter months, when draft animals could trudge along relatively easily without their hooves mired in thick mud. Dzingai. When Gelasio arrived on the outskirts of Chififi, Chief Mpapuli gave him a place to stay near the confluence of the Chinane and Mutsunduri rivers, in an area now known as Dzingai. Gelasio then built a primitive hut on a ridge in the Mutsunduri River Valley, where the river drops in altitude before flowing into the Luvuvu River. This valley is characterized by plantations of tropical fruit, tea and coffee. The river also teems with a variety of fish, mainly tilapia, carp, black bass and catfish. No sooner had he put up his hut, cleared the bushes and planted his trademark fruit tree, namely oranges, then things started taking a turn for the worse. With the onset of summer came the rainy season. The summer rains that fall in northeastern Limpopo are like the winter rains in the Western Cape, persistent and drenching. And it was in the middle of the rainy season that the Fernandez family was afflicted by unspeakable grief. The manner in which this sorrow unfolded was written down by Karl Beuster, the Lutheran German missionary, in his diary. Beuster had been sent to South Africa by the Berlin Mission Society to do missionary work. In 1877, he established the Hachibase mission at Maungane, just a few kilometers west of present-day Sibasa. But Beuster's diary is extremely hard to read, for it is written in the Zutterlin script, an old form of German handwriting which is difficult to decipher and which most German youngsters today would find very hard to read. Thankfully, Helga Giesecke, daughter of Bishop D.W. Giesecke, the last Berlin Mission missionary in Venda, and herself a former high school teacher in Venda, has translated Beuster's diary into modern English. thus making its contents more widely accessible. The text below is Gieseke's translation of what Boyster wrote about the tragic events that visited the Fernandez family at Dzingaya. Fernandez, 6th February 1890. A bastard Portuguese, Fernandez has established himself in Papuli's country. He did not inform me of his plans, as he most probably felt that I would have expressed my hesitation, doubt, over his intention. So I did not get the opportunity to warn him. He has already been living near Joseph's for several months, yet I have avoided visiting him on purpose. Then the fever season comes. His wife and 2 children become ill. Where should he go to now? The man knows where he has to go to. He comes to the Zenderling missionary. I give him medicine and we help where we can with shortages, mostly with bread. The wife and the children get better, recover. But now the man and 3 children get ill. The wife becomes very worried. Joseph, our assistant, is called and sent here with the request that I should please come. But at the moment, it is the most dangerous fever time. Almost daily the rains stream from heaven, the rivers are flooded over full, and the roads are bad. The long grass, holding onto and retaining the dew and rain, hangs across the path and drenches the whole body. I had already closed down for the year, and did not want to go down to the low-lying areas again. I had also expressly and implicitly warned the station residents against this, as they also seldom escape the evil consequences of a trip to the low-lying areas. And now such a call of distress comes along. I also knew for certain that these people on purpose ventured into this danger, and that they are otherwise very satisfied that they can live outside the shadow of the church. Yet it remains a cry for help. So I go there and find terrible misery. The father of the house and 3 children lie there, terribly ill. The one child was already regarded as dead, and they had sent a messenger to another Portuguese compatriot to fetch material for a burial shroud. But as they had sent no money with the messenger, the compatriot, a Catholic from Goa, had refused to hand it over, and the messenger returned home empty-handed. Besides the fact that it is off the beaten track, the hut in which the sick man, his wife and 6 children live also has no door, and it has openings on all sides, through which the fever-ridden air moves, enters by day and by night. The woman complains loudly and weeps bitter tears about her misfortune and misery. I gave them medicine, dished out advice, prayed with them, and returned home in the evening. Sunday, the 10th of February, 1890. A messenger from the above-named Portuguese informed us that one of the sick children had died this morning. They request that we make a coffin. They also asked for material for a shroud, and that I should please come to bury the child. We started making the coffin on the Sunday, had difficulty in finding planks with which to make it, but 2 wooden boxes, crates, are broken up and put together again. On Monday, the 11th of February 1890, a messenger comes in pouring rain to inform us of the death of the 2nd child. At the same time, he asks for another coffin. We worked while it is still raining. When we had finished, the weather cleared up somewhat. I still asked some people to help carry the coffins and to come and assist us, and they were willing to go along with us. On the way there, we experience a shower of rain, and we have to continue through the wet grass. Loud laments and much crying in the house of mourning. I comfort and reprimand at the same time, because the wife complains that she will never see her Andries and Frans again. I admonish, reprimand her, that she must not complain like the heathens who know nothing of God. We place both children in one grave, a Bible reading and a prayer, and our people close the grave. Joseph had prepared the grave on his own. The heathens, who on good days are good friends with such people, are nowhere to be seen in their hour of need. Fear of death keeps them away from there. The man is still in bed, seriously ill. He asks me to draw up a testament, a will, so that his property will belong to his wife upon his death. The couple is now of the opinion, convinced that it would be better to go away from this bad place. But where can they go to in this rain, when the wagon cannot pass through any river? Along the way, there is again a hard shower of rain. The roads become streams. I rush through the first drift ford and still manage to get across safely. But the second drift ford is too full of water. I have to be satisfied with making a detour in the darkness in order to try and get across at another drift ford, much higher up the river. I get through across there safely. At home, I of course immediately put on dry clothes, but the worry remains, will there be any consequences? Sunday, 16th of February, 1890. I was again called because he is dying and he wants to see and speak to me once more. I found the man was very weak and believed his end had come. So I asked whether he was ready to die. When he was conscious again, he told me his requests, wishes. During these moments we knelt down, prayed and handed over his soul into God's merciful hands. But in some miraculous way this man did not follow his children, but he again recovered fully. In this case also, once again, this evil illness disgraced all human calculations and thoughts. The child and the man, who both seemed destined to die, recovered, but two children, with whom he could still have a good conversation and who seemed much less ill, were suddenly taken away within a few days. Additional remarks and comments. The translated text is furnished with helpful comments, in the form of footnotes, which explain certain facts for the benefit of the reader. But even before we get to these, the most crucial information communicated by Boyster is that the Fernandezes lost 4 children who died of malaria. Apart from Francisco, Franz, aged 9, and Andres, aged 10, whose death was loudly lamented by their mother, Boyster refers to 2 other children who passed away subsequently. The names of these 2 cannot be established, as the 4 surviving brothers only passed away when they were adults. When the tragedy struck, Cornelia was expecting the last-born, Gerrit, who was born in June 1890. The only explanation that could be offered is that the other 2 children who died were either younger siblings of Cornelia, if at all, or children of 1 or 2 of her siblings. By referring to Gelasio as a bastard Portuguese, Boyster was not using the word bastard in the negative sense, in which it is understood today, but to describe a person of mixed race, an acceptable usage in those days. This observation by Boyster confirms that the fact that Gelasio was not a white person with a light complexion. In her footnote 4, Giesecke confirms that Gelasio settled in a very humid and wet area between 2 rivers in a low-lying plain, ideal malaria conditions. Giesecke also explains that at the time, it was not known that mosquitoes cause fever. People generally believed that it was the bad air, mal, the Latin word for bad from the wet marshes, and aria, the Latin word for air, from the soaking wet marshes that caused the fever. That is why people avoided getting drenched and visiting the low-lying areas in summer. When Boyster wrote, "I had already closed down for the year," he meant that they had already closed down the Hachivase station lower down on the plain and had relocated to their summer retreat on the Vondo mountain to evade the fever attacks. The compatriot Catholic from Goa, who refused to give the messenger material for making a shroud because he had no money on him, could only have been either Manuel himself or whoever had been left in charge of his trading post at Mukula near Chifudi. This incident proves, too, that Gelasio was, in fact, a poor person, even unable to pay for a shroud. Gelasio on the move again, but without firstborn José, Joe. The grim and heartbreaking events suffered by the Fernandez family did not augur well for the future. Chances that more children could succumb to malaria prompted Gelasio and Cornelia to go away from this bad place, as they had told Boyster. But their firstborn José, commonly called Joe, who was then still in his teens, adamantly refused to accompany the rest of the family yet again, saying he was no longer prepared to wander from place to place. He was sick and tired of moving, just wandering through the bush, not knowing where he was going, still less what was to become of him. Realizing that there was no way to persuade Joe to join the family, Gelasio and Cornelia said goodbye and left, this time with Marabastad as their destination, which was about 150 kilometers away. It was in Marabastad too that their last-born Gerrit was born and baptized. Deaths of Gelasio and Cornelia. Whether or not Joe ever saw his parents again is unclear. They both passed away on the farm Hasivona on the outskirts of Zanin. Gelasio's death certificate documents that he passed away of old age on the 29th of June 1908 at the age of 81. Oddly, it states that he was European-born in Portugal. It further gives his occupation as storekeeper. This information must have been supplied by Cornelia, who, as reflected in the certificate, was present at his death. Cornelia herself passed away 2 years later, on the 3rd of November 1910. She died of what was then called dropsy, which is tissue retention of water that could be caused by congestive heart failure. She was 58 when she died. Gelasio and Cornelia were survived by 4 sons, namely Joe, Aveline Marcus, Jules Cornelis, Gerrit Petrus Lazarus Daniel. Joe's estrangement from his siblings. According to oral history, Joe hardly had any contact with his siblings. The estrangement was caused by the fact that Joe, although classified as a white under apartheid laws, detested racial segregation. His successive wives were all black women, a state of affairs which his siblings intensely abhorred. In fact, on one occasion, Joe went to pay a brother a brief visit, taking his 2 sons, Cornel and Peter, along in the Scotch cart. When lunch was being served in the dining room, Joe asked where his 2 boys were and was told that they were eating outside. He got up to see where they were and found them sitting outside the kitchen, each eating a slice of bread and drinking coffee from a jam tin. Furious at the way his children were being treated, Joe ordered them to stop eating and drinking immediately and to empty the coffee. He then went inside, took his jacket, and left with his children. As I am not familiar with the history of Joe's siblings, this genealogy therefore mainly confines itself to the life of Joe and his children. Joe goes it alone. Becoming a jack of all trades. With the departure of his parents and siblings, Joe was on his own, but in reality, he could count on the protection of the chief and the community in which he lived. He was then just a teenager, about 16 years old, but physically big and strong. In addition, he compensated for his lack of formal schooling with an agile, resourceful mind. Besides, having grown up on farms, he had learned how to forge, bend hot iron, turning it into wagon wheel rims, bush knives, plowshares, metal dishes, bangles, etc. Many of these metal forming skills he learnt at the hands of some of the African farm employees, who had inherited the skill of smelting and shaping metals from their ancestors. With hardly any tools at his disposal, and short of cash to set up a proper blacksmith's workshop, Joe had no choice but to look for a job where he could earn a regular income. Given his fluency in Dutch, Xitsonga, Tshivenda, Portuguese, and an ability to express himself in English and Pedi, Joe became employed as an interpreter at the Native Commissioner's Court at Chanoa. But commissioners' courts were not courts of law as commonly understood, for commissioners performed both executive and judicial functions. This arrangement persisted well into the early 1990s, when executive and judicial functions were separated with the adoption of the present constitution. The executive function of the commissioner was to collect taxes. The judicial function was to punish those who failed to pay their taxes. But to give the public the impression that these were proper courts, black people were encouraged to bring before the commissioner's courts whatever legal disputes a chief could not resolve. Apart from working as an interpreter, Joe was appointed to ride on horseback from village to village with a group of Vavenda men dressed in characteristic khaki shorts and long white socks, encouraging people to allow commissioners to settle their disputes. Of course, this again was a trick used to undermine the authority of chiefs, who in fact had a far better understanding of African customary law than commissioners, most of whom had no legal education whatsoever. The Commissioners' Court at Chanoa covered a vast geographical area, and people had to walk long distances to reach it. Getting access to the court in the rainy season was a nightmare, as rivers were in flood, with crocodiles waiting to pounce at any time. During the rainy season, when rivers were too dangerous to cross, even Joe, who was known to cross overflowing rivers on horseback, a feat which earned him the epithet Davula, the one who crosses rivers, had to back off at times. Chanoa was simply inaccessible during such times. When the authorities realized that having a commissioner's court in a place difficult to get to meant collecting less revenue, the native commissioner's court was moved to the police camp at Sibasa in 1908. For Joe, this also meant not only one river less to cross, but also the ability to return home every workday. To supplement his income, Joe also doubled as a part-time policeman, tasked mainly with riding out on horseback to remote areas to arrest criminal suspects. In practice, suspects readily handed themselves over when confronted with the arm of the law. Indeed, as late as the 1950s, it was not unusual to see a policeman riding a bicycle, with arrested suspects walking behind him, unrestrained, or resting with him in the shade of a roadside tree. However, Joe stopped working as an interpreter and part-time policeman because the job was exhausting and the pay was miserable. After all, he now had a family to support. But fortunately for him, Chief Chivase, whose personal name was Ramaremisa, heard about his relatively insecure financial situation, and because he took kindly to him, he offered Joe a place to live at Ngutsa, just up the hill from where Joe had lived. The chief also gave him a substantial piece of land bordering the banks of the Mutsunduri River on which to farm. In addition, Joe had been offered a plot next to the Chinane River to cultivate as a vegetable garden. Joe's marriage and family. Joe got married to Annie Kosa, a Shangaan woman, in his early 20s. Annie was the daughter of the lay preacher Julius Mlama, whom MacDonald, the Presbyterian missionary at Gouldville, denounced for preaching in isiXhosa to Venda congregants who, according to MacDonald, did not understand a word of what he was preaching. MacDonald, of course, was keen to grow his own parish and had no qualms about it. Joe and Annie had 5 sons, namely William, Gelasio, Joseph, John, and Cornelius. However, Annie died in September 1913 when Cornelius, was only 3 months old. She died of pneumonia. At the time, Annie's sister, Mhulova, was breastfeeding her own baby Paul, who was the same age as Cornell. Joe then entrusted his son to Mhulova to breastfeed him alongside Paul. When Cornell was taken off the breast, Joe entrusted him to the care of a Shangaan woman, Ngwa Shiupane, who looked after him until he was about 6 years old. After Annie's death, Joe married Annie's sister, Liza Mlamla, Ngwama Pangisani, who bore 2 sons, Peter and Freddie, and 4 daughters, namely Sani, Christina, Sarah, and Elizabeth. Liza passed away in 1945, after which Joe had a daughter, Marlies, by another woman of Shikundu. Diverting a little bit, a word about Wilhelm Borchers, an employer of the Fernandezes. At some point in the first 2 decades of the 1900s, Joe was employed by Wilhelm Borchers as a shopkeeper. Joe's employment smoothed the way for his sons, all of whom, except Cornell, came to work for Borchers at one or another time in their lives. In fact, in much the same way that Schilling Bottling Company in Pretoria was the first port of call for the Gamas looking for work, Borchers was the first port of call for the Fernandezes. Now, who was Borchers? Wilhelm Borchers came to South Africa in 1904 after spending 8 years in the then German Southwest, where he tried to set up an agency for the German firm Burmeister. Unfortunately for him, the Herreros were not interested in his merchandise, which frustrated him a great deal. At the time, he was staying at a mission station of the Rhenish Missionary Society of Barmen, Germany. Life at the mission station was as boring as it gets. According to Ilse Horne, Wilhelm Borchers' daughter, the senseless, aimless and dreary life in a small community of about 5 families, including the missionary and his family, together with few bachelors and soldiers in the barracks, surrounded by sand, sand and more sand, made Dad desire some other future. Whilst living in the German Southwest, Borchers met Alfred Angelbeck, who too had become fed up with a monotonous life there. They then relocated to South Africa in 1904, and with money borrowed from his brother, a judge in Germany, Borchers pooled his money with Angelbeck's and bought 3 shops from a certain Hayes in Spelonken. Hayes had trekked from Pietermaritzburg to the Zoutpansberg 10 years before with his family, but when the 3rd child died of malaria, his wife refused to live in the wet, malaria-infested region any longer. The challenge faced by Borchers and Angelbeck was that they knew nothing about running a shop that catered for the needs of Africans. They relied heavily on the shopkeeping expertise of Hayes' former employees. Daily life consisted of stocking the 3 shops, situated about 15 miles apart, with the usual consumer goods, chiefly millie meal, and big quantities of millies, matches, salt and sugar, paraffin, grey blankets, ploughs and parts, thatching cord, and salampor, a striped colourful material which together with blueprint was imported from Belgium, and beads, mostly white, in various sizes from Prague. Angelbeck, an educated man with a musical talent, did not appreciate this new venture. Instead, he took time off to tour Japan and China and then returned to Hamburg, Germany, where he married a woman from a very wealthy family. After a 3-month honeymoon in Madeira in June 1910, Angelbeck and his wife Lizzie returned to Spelonken. But Lizzie was horrified by the rough conditions in which she had to live in Spelonken, and upon discovering that she was expectant, she refused to stay there any longer. Angelbeck then accompanied her to Cape Town, where she boarded a Union Castle steamer and returned to Hamburg via England after only 6 weeks in Spelonken. A few weeks later, Wilhelm Borchers was admitted to Elim Hospital with appendicitis. He was operated upon by Dr. Arnold Borrell, but as the wound would not heal, Dr. Borrell advised him to go back to Germany to recuperate at a spa in Bad Kissingen. Angelbeck asked him also to visit his mother in Hamburg. At the time, Olga Seidel and her twin sister were staying with Angelbeck's mother, so when Borchers got there, he met Olga Seidel, one of the twins, and fell in love with her. But when he proposed to her, Olga's mother, who had lived in German Southwest Africa for 10 years, was horrified, warning of the dangers of life in Africa and of malaria. But Borchers promised that he would send his wife and children to a better climate during the malaria season, a promise he kept. Consequently, after returning to South Africa, he bought the spacious house, Caradoc, situated along the shores of False Bay in Muizenberg, Cape Town. Thus, all 5 of Borchers' children attended a boarding school in Cape Town, being weekly boarders when their mother was there. Today, Caradoc-on-Sea is a pristine and roomy seafront establishment with a magnificent view across False Bay. When Borchers and his bride arrived in Spelonken, they were welcomed by Angelbeck. He had already written to Borchers that he wanted to sever the business relationship. Therefore, simultaneously with greeting the newly wedded couple, Angelbeck informed Borchers that he would be leaving within a fortnight, which he did after the necessary legal procedures were fulfilled. After Angelbeck's departure, Wilhelm Borchers began to establish himself as one of the wealthiest traders in the Zoutpansberg, owning 15 shops in the area. He lived on his farm at Maschau, not too distant from Albacini's old homestead Goedewunsch, at Pisankop. Joe facilitates a shopkeeping job for João de Gama, Manuel's son. Joe Fernandez was one of the first shopkeepers employed by Wilhelm Borchers. He ran the Borchers trading store at Sibasa. One of the shops that Borchers built was named Natal House, ostensibly because the building resembled Borchers' holiday house in Natal. This shop was erected at Hamakuva, near the banks of the Kadzinga River, adjacent to the present de Gama family cemetery. Joe wrote to João de Gama, then employed at Tsakani Mission, an outpost of the Swiss mission at Valdezia, informing him that Borchers was seeking a shopkeeper for his new shop, and that the job would pay more than the paltry sum he was being paid, and would be less strenuous. Joe undertook to recommend him to Borchers for the job. João leapt at this opportunity and bade goodbye to the Swiss mission. For the first few years, João and his family lived next to the shop, but then the shop was relocated to a larger, more readily accessible building at Matache. It is not known how long Joe Fernandez worked for Borchers. Archival records show that in 1922 he applied for a permit to set up a smithy at his house at Ngutsa. With just a few tools, some of which his father had left with him, Joe started his smithy. But he relied heavily on the tools he borrowed from João de Gama, who was a superb blacksmith and carpenter in his own right. Biography of Joe's children. In total, Joe had 13 children by different wives. Their life stories were as follows. Willie, 1900 till 1953. Very little is known about Willie's life, except that he worked as a detective in Pretoria. He married a Sotho woman whose name cannot be established. As they had no children of their own, they adopted an orphan named Sean, son, who, as a schoolboy and vendor, turned out to be an outstanding athlete. He left school when his father died, and afterwards he served in the Second World War. Not much is known about what he did after that. He passed away in the early 1980s, but what happened to Willie's wife is not known. Gelasio, Oom Dunch, 1902 till 1962. Gelasio attended the Swiss mission school at Valdezia but left when Joe could not afford to pay both the school and boarding fees. He then went to work for Borchers as an ox wagon wheelmaker. He married Rachel and they had 3 children, Judith, Doris and Willie. Although he earned little, Gelasio nevertheless assumed sole responsibility for paying for his younger brother Coronel's education at Lemana Training College. In her letter to me, Ilse Horne states that Gelasio was devastated when her father died in 1950, but that he stayed on for some years to look after the old missus, meaning her mother. Gelasio then left and went back to his home at Ngutsa. He found a job at Donald Fraser Hospital, servicing the hospital's electricity generators. Gelasio passed away in 1962. In her letter, Ilse Horne mentions that, at Borchers' funeral, the Commissioner General of Venderland was embarrassed by the Fernandez mourners, who came as Europeans, coloureds and blacks. He only wanted blacks in that territory and had already given Borchers Pty notice to close most of their stores. Thus, the big trading business crumbled away. Until in 1975, there only remained the store on the farm. Our mother died in 1968. My brothers Geert and Bill lost the farm through no fault of their own. Sasco Flour Mills bought the bakery, which later was removed to Elam, 60 workers losing their jobs. The government sponsored Sapeco, a group of tea growers from the east who bought the farm, ripped out every planted tree, all citrus, avocados, mangoes, lychees, and they planted tea, which did not do well and found no market in spite of all government aid. Sapeco planted nuts, then liquidated and left. Thus 60 years of family work disappeared, and all is merely memory. The older order changeth and yieldeth place to the new. Joseph, 1908 till 1981. Joseph, Josias, was his own man, daring, self-determined and individualistic. He spent a few years working for Schilling, but for most of his working life he was employed as a foreman at the Timbadola sawmills at Levubo. He married Rosie Moutry from Louis Trichardt, and they had 2 children, Victoria and Marcellus. Regrettably, he alienated himself from his wife and children, and when he retired, he returned to his home at Ngutsa and built himself a small dwelling on a nearby hillock, where he lived until he died in 1981. John, 1910 till 1976. John's biography will be dealt with more fully later on. For now, it is sufficient to say the following. John was a humble and generous man. His mother Annie died when he was only 3 years old. Despite the emotional suffering experienced growing up without a mother, he persevered at school and passed the Standard 6 examination. He wished to further his education, but because Joe could not afford to fund it, he instead found employment at Vondwe Primary School, close to Boycha's Natal House shop. The school, which was started in 1927, was headed by Ignacio de Gama and was supervised by the Reverend David Andrew MacDonald, the Scottish missionary who founded the Presbyterian mission station at Vufuli, which he named Gouldville. The mission was probably named after Dr. W. H. Gould of the then Martyrs Reformed Presbyterian Church in Edinburgh, who had an early influence on MacDonald's later career choice. Teaching as an unqualified teacher obviously had its limitations, one of which was the meagre salary. But John persisted for a few years until he resigned from teaching to search for greener pastures. He found a job as a domestic worker in Brooklyn, Pretoria, and during this time stayed with his eldest brother Willie, who was a detective in the South African police. But John disliked doing house chores. He consequently left Pretoria and returned to the north. He found employment with Boycha's, where he also learned to drive. But he spent only a short time there before going further north to take up a job as a lorry bus driver with Mark Spraggan. Spraggan owned the company Spraggan's Transport, which transported Mozambican mine recruits destined to work in the mines in Rhodesia. The recruits were informally called Manyuani, new ones, as opposed to the Majaikas, veteran mine workers. Mine bosses refer to the Mozambican recruits as tropical recruits. Before embarking on the trip to the mines, they were vaccinated against smallpox, and those headed for the South African gold mines were also vaccinated against pneumonia, since they were not used to the cold Highveld of the Transvaal in the Gauteng. John's job was to fetch the recruits from the recruiting station at Marumbini, at the junction of the Save and Rundi rivers, where Spraggan had a shop. John was given a scale to weigh the recruits. Those who were underweight did not immediately qualify for registration. Instead, they were kept at Marumbini and fed until they reached the required minimum weight. In return for being lodged with daily meals, the recruits, in conversational speech referred to as Madyaukuluka, weight-gaining eaters, gathered firewood from the surrounding bush and drew water from the river. In 1937, John married Jessie Ash, the daughter of Morty Ash, with his second wife, Mudlai. John continued working for Spraggan's Transport, but was now based at Pafuri Gate. Later, Spraggan sold his business in Rhodesia, which transported recruits to Pafuri, to George Porphyry. The new company changed its route, bypassing Pafuri, and recruits from Rhodesia were now brought to a new camp, Mabiligwe, along the Limpopo River, some 40 kilometers west of Pafuri. But by then, John had left this job, and at the invitation of his father-in-law, Morty Ash, had gone to work as a shopkeeper for his in-laws at Papazela. It was during this time that John and Jessie had their firstborn, Donald. But enough about John for now, except to add that he and Jessie had 8 children, namely Donald, Betty, Elvis, Armando, John Kidd, Shijonana, Olivia, Wilton, and Gillian. Cornell, 1913 till 1987. Joe gave his 5th son the name Cornelius, the masculine equivalent of Cornelia, his mother's first name. Cornell and John had an empathy for each other, as they shared a common misfortune, the death of their mother, even before they really knew her. Cornell at Limana Training College. Like his elder brothers, Cornell attended Reverend MacDonald's Gouldville School, which was a pretty long distance away on foot. And not unlike other children who lived far away, going to school entailed leaving home very early in the morning, sometimes without having eaten anything. Cornell nevertheless passed Standard 6, grade 8, and was admitted to the Swiss Mission's Limana Training College at Valdezia to be trained as a teacher. He performed well academically, often topping the class. Of course, he was under pressure to succeed, for his 3-year teacher's training course was being paid for by his elder brother Gelasio, who himself was not earning much at Bosch's. Some of Cornell's friends at Limana included ex-Gouldville schoolmates, notably Paul Moringa and Isaac Ramaliba, both of whom subsequently became distinguished educationists in their respective fields. Moringa often visited Cornell in Sharpeville during his year as a lecturer at the Wilberforce Training Institution in Everton. Ramaliba too became a close friend, for he and Cornell eventually landed up in the Johannesburg area to improve their qualifications as teachers. Limana was the first and only black institution of secondary education in the Zoutpansberg region at the time. It contributed hugely to the education of black people in the north. As Mazumbe points out, the institution produced leaders who acquitted themselves very well on both the international and local scene. Some were deployed into the ministry, schools, the government, mission hospitals within the country, while some sought employment in the neighboring African states, such as Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Lesotho, Botswana, and Swaziland. The private sector also drew its labor force from Limana Training Institution. What is more, the Swiss missionaries played a major role in developing a written form of Xitsonga, which enabled them to promote social transformation through their schools, hospitals, and churches. But at the same time, the thrust of the Limana educational endeavor was to imprint on the minds of Tsonga students and aspirant teachers the belief that they belonged to the Tsonga tribe, with its distinguished Tsonga identity. This ideological point of departure was based on the mistaken assumption that the Tsongas were a homogeneous group of people, like the Zulus. Harries refutes the assumption, contending that, in fact, there were no pure Tsonga, for Tsonga-speaking immigrants in the Transvaal did not come from a common cultural pool. The material culture expressed by an individual was not static or traditional, nor was it bound by linguistic affiliations. The division of the people of southern Mozambique into various linguistic subgroups was therefore totally arbitrary, and nowhere did they present a common bounded and static linguistic entity. The anthropologist Junot was of the view that the recognition of the Tsonga as a tribe is largely attributable to the Swiss missionaries. This kind of thinking was music to the ears of apartheid theorists and the architects of the homeland system. In fact, the Swiss missionaries welcomed the creation of the Tsonga homeland of Gazankulu, for they regarded its creation as proof of their theory that the Tsonga constituted one nation whose protection was their responsibility. The Swiss missionary philosophy did not sit well with Cornell, who had a multinational home background, even though his mother tongue was Xitsonga. Coming from Gouldville, where MacDonald taught in English, he was surprised by the veiled aversion shown by the Swiss educators at Limana to the use of English by students. While Limana had no definitive, clear-cut language policy, the missionaries propagated the view that Anglicization would result in detaching students from their tribal language and culture, and would make clowns of themselves when attempting to write or speak English. In his doctoral thesis, Masumbe convincingly contends that this theory was unfounded and based on spurious assumptions. He points out that Professor H.W.E. Nsan-Nwisi and Mr. C.W.B. Fernandez were examples of individuals who had a very good command of Afrikaans, and cites the poem below written by Cornell, who was still in his second year of the native teacher's certificate, which discredits the statement by missionaries that black people were inferior to white people in their intellectual capacity. The poem was published in the Lamana College magazine of December 1933. Sunset from Lamana. Come out and look towards the west. How nicely sinks the sun to rest. It shows the time when each one sleeps, to rise again when out it peeps. The last rays seem to say farewell, as down it went, as it had fell. Then o'er the land there comes a shade, this makes the objects all to fade. Then back the shepherd drives his flocks, ere darkness falls the kraal he locks, for fear the beasts may come by night, to try their luck when there's no light. See the rays now blind our eyes over the mountain peaks, see the colour of the skies making long thin streaks. Streaks that reach the greatest height, skies of colour gay, yellow, mauve and crimson bright, heavenward they stray. Now the mountains grow so dark, as the colours blend, every second seems to mark day approaches end. Finally the mountain range dwindles from our sight, stars appear and then the change. Day has turned to night. Cornell's second poem, published in his final year, focuses on Lamana Institute itself. Lamana Institute. For years and years upon the ground, where now there stand some houses round, the shepherds drove their herds to thrive, yet now no more have they to drive. Their grazing ground is there no more. There is a thing not there before, that is, Lamana Institute. Instead of bushes, stones and grass, there stands a house of such a class, that shepherds long had never seen, with students who are ever keen to learn to lead their fellow men, to learn to use the ink and pen, here at Lamana Institute. At special hours the loud bell rings, with joyful spirits boys all spring, to start their work in school or out, they sing and dance and jump and shout. When gain they hear the sounding bell, it seems to say, it's time to yell, and cheer Lamana Institute. From term to term all things go well, and hard it is for one to tell if all the students in the class in their exams are going to pass. And so begin their teaching task. The advice they need they have to ask from their Lamana Institute. This rhyming poem is open to various interpretations. Generally, the poem describes in an almost sorrowful, nostalgic way how, out of the blue, the Lamana Institute buildings displaced the natural surroundings where the shepherds herded their flocks. The shepherd, like the one in Cornell's first poem, represents the community, which is astonished by the house of class, of ink and pen, which is Lamana Institute. But even amid the students singing, jumping and yelling, and the ringing of the bell, there is a sense of uncertainty among them, which is expressed in the last stanza. Lamana becomes the dominating influence, the point of reference and the ultimate counselor that governs the teaching task. The reader is left wondering whether the poem is a parody of the institute that imposes itself upon an unsuspecting community which is not consulted in the process, or whether it is a hymn of praise for an institution that liberates the community from ignorance, installing in the prospective teachers the capacity to lead their fellow men, teaching them how to read and write. The course Cornell took was designed to equip teachers to function in rural settings. Academic content was subordinated to practical training, but on this front too, the training focused on enabling the aspirant teacher to cope with the hardships of life rather than on the needs of the urban, industrial and commercial sectors. The educational philosophy of the Swiss mission was guided by the controversial teachings of Booker T. Washington, the 19th century black American leader who subscribed to the view that the education of the black youth should encompass the training of hand and strength of mind, as this would equip him to grasp the full meaning and responsibility of the meaning of life, so that he is able to go into some forest and turn the raw material into wagons and buggies. But not all students entirely agreed with the principles that guided their education. They voiced their dissent at times indirectly in texts published in the Limana Training College magazine, the Valdezia Bulletin, and its successor, The Light, a newspaper created specially to Tsonga mother tongue speakers. A.E. Mpapele, for example, one of the editors of The Light and an ex-student of Limana, published an article titled Superintendents of Bantu Schools, in which he forthrightly attacked the indiscriminate appointment of missionaries as school superintendents without their having the special qualifications required for this important task. He laid into missionaries for their lack of interest in schools and their half-hearted engagement with the problems affecting them, thus contributing to the stagnation of education in some schools and a complete standstill in others that had been in existence for about 50 to 60 years. He criticized missionaries for appointing new teachers without first consulting experienced teachers, saying that all that missionaries looked for in the new appointees was their ability to do religious work. Mpapele went on to bemoan the fact that the missionary was the only official who lacked the special qualifications and training for his work, for the teachers, supervisors, inspectors, and directors have some practical acquaintance with the theory and practice of education. He concluded with the recommendation that mission schools should be headed up by specialized educationists, salted in theory and practice, and with a personal wherewithal with which to be of service. This was not an isolated view. Almost a decade later, Dr. Robert D. Atkin, who started the Donald Fraser Hospital in Gouldville and who succeeded MacDonald as superintendent of the Presbyterian mission schools in the Zoutpansberg, lamented the fact that some of the mission schools had made no progress since they were opened, as they received very little help from superintendents who had far too many schools to supervise or had other duties which made more urgent demands on them. On assuming his function, he discovered that some schools had not been visited by an inspector for 10 years and bewailed the fact that, since their inception, not a single mission school had any latrines. After completing his teacher's course at Limana, Cornell went to teach at Ngulumbi Primary School after it was taken over by the Presbyterian Mission. The school was originally built in 1926 by Chief Makwarela Rachitanga Manenze, the distinguished ruler of Ngulumbi village, who also paid for the school's running costs, including the teachers' salaries, out of his own pocket. He was among the first people to introduce a butchery in Venda, when he built one at Vondwe village in 1940. In those days, teachers taught the pupils around the veranda of a hut, with each standard allotted a specific section. From Ngulumbi, Cornell was transferred to Vondwe, where he taught briefly. One Sunday after the church service, Ferauda Gama called Cornell aside and said to him that there was a teachers' training college for coloureds in Johannesburg, which was called the Eurafrican Training College, ETC, and that it would be worth his while to take a further diploma course there, as this would enable him to teach in an urban school where the salary was considerably higher than what he was then earning at a mission school. Cornell applied for admission to ETC and was accepted. The question he faced was where to stay in Johannesburg. All his inquiries were to no avail. However, his former friend Isaac Ramaliba, with whom he was at school in Gouldville and afterwards at Limana, and who was furthering his education at the Wilberforce Institute in Everton, asked his father, who was working in Johannesburg, whether he could assist. Ramaliba Sr. suggested that Cornell could stay with him, just that his two-roomed dwelling, in fact a backyard shack, only had one single bed and barely any other furniture except a bench on which Cornell could sleep. Boarding and lodging would be free of cost. Cornell leapt at the opportunity, also because Ramaliba's dwelling was within walking distance of ETC in Coronationville. Ramaliba Sr. eked out a living as a mobile vendor, selling tripe from his bicycle. Tripe was therefore also the standard relish of supper at home. Cornell's late afternoon duty was to make fire in the brazier and start cooking the porridge. When Mr. Ramaliba came home in the evening with the remnants of the day's sales, What remained of the tripe he gave to Coronel to cook, or rather stew, until it was palatable. But tripe takes forever to get cooked, and as the daily occupational routine called for early rising, they could ill afford to bide their time waiting eternally for the tripe to be fully cooked and tender. It was thus consumed when still quite stretchy and chewy. All the same, Coronel never went to bed hungry. As Coronel was perpetually broke, he scouted around for part-time afternoon jobs until he got one as a newspaper vendor on the streets of Johannesburg. With time, he was promoted to the status of newspaper deliverer, which meant cycling to the northern suburbs delivering the Star to subscribers from house to house. With the bit of money he got from this job, he defrayed his out-of-pocket expenses and had a bit left to buy some groceries, diversifying somewhat the relish of the evening meal at home. One Friday afternoon, Isaac came up from Everton for a weekend visit. His arrival coincided with his father's departure for Venda for a few days to attend to family business. However, Ramaliba Sr. left the two young gentlemen some small change to buy themselves provisions for the long weekend. That very evening, Isaac and Coronel went to one of the numerous Chinaman's corner shops in Sophiatown to get their supplies. A loaf of brown bread, a tin of canned meat, and a quart of thick milk. But no sooner had they gotten their foodstuffs than it started raining cats and dogs. They waited inside the shop for the rain to stop. The other customers started trickling out of the shop one by one until only the two of them were left inside. Seeing them still hanging around, the Chinaman apologized for keeping them waiting for long, as it had just occurred to him that they had given him a £5 note and that he had forgotten to give them their change. He apologized profusely, and in no time the two were out of the shop. What a bonanza! They spent the money stingily and handed it over to Ramaliba Sr. on his return. It was enough to cover the price of his return ticket to Sibasa and to buy little bits of this and that. Upon obtaining his diploma at ETC, Coronel was employed as a primary school teacher in Everton near Vereniging. He rented a room from Mrs. Motuba, one of the few women then already running her own business as a shop owner. However, during a tea break early in 1940, Coronel and two colleagues heard over the radio that Germany had invaded France. He and his principal, Mr. Oliphant, decided to enlist as soldiers and to throw their weight behind England. Coronel then joined the army in September 1940 and served for 54 months in Abyssinia, Libya, and Egypt. At his request, he was discharged from the army in 1945 and returned to his teaching post in Everton. The school was close to the famous Wilberforce Training Institute. In June 1945, Coronel married Claudina da Gama, the daughter of Ignacio and Martina da Gama. Claudina returned with Coronel to Everton, where she taught at the same school. This time they rented 2 rooms from Mrs. Matela, Mrs. Motuba's daughter. But Claudina stopped teaching when Roseanne, their first child, was born in 1946. Coronel continued teaching in Everton until he was appointed principal at the Vereniging Coloured School in top location on the outskirts of Vereniging. The family moved to Tserala, where Coronel rented a house on a farm for a year before moving to Sharpeville. He remained at the same school for 35 years until he retired in 1977. Coronel keenly participated in civic affairs. He was chairman of the Vereniging Coloured Organization for many years. The family lived in Sharpeville from 1952 until 1968, when, under the Group Areas Act, all coloured people in Sharpeville and top location were moved to Rustafal, 7 kilometers north of Vereniging. After he retired, Coronel divided his time between attending to civic matters and running his grocery shop. He established the Rustafal branch of the Coloured Ex-Servicemen Legion. The other children born of the marriage were Daphne, Lovell, Lorinda, and Wendell. Peter, 1916 till 1966. Peter attended MacDonald School in Gouldville, but because he had no interest in furthering his education, he left school to do what he liked most: repair cars. He thus became a mechanic, which, in turn, inspired him to open a mill at Vondwe in 1947. This was the only mill in the Makuva area, and a profitable one too. In 1961, he purchased Bocha's Natal house opposite the mill. Interestingly, the person who acted on behalf of Bocha's Pty Limited was the very same Ilse Horner mentioned earlier. Peter married Miriam Mkabele from Valdezia. They had 2 children, Lynette and Patrick, both of whom have since passed away. Lynette was married to Aaron Dow, and Patrick to Joey Sinclair. Freddie, 1918 to 1994. Freddie, the last-born son of Joe and Lisa, married Martha, with whom he had 5 children, Violet, Caroline, Gelazio, Sunny, and Henrika. Freddie spent almost his entire working life as a long-distance driver for Bocha's. After the death of his first wife, he married Francina, with whom he had 5 children, namely Dolly, Charles, Olga, Mary, and Grace. Joe had 6 daughters, all of whom were born after their brothers. They were Sunny. Sunny married a teacher, Herman Mulaudzi. They lived in Mukula and passed away there. They had 2 sons. Sunny's in-laws owned a shop at Kubvi, which was eventually bought by John Fernandez in 1962. Christine. Christine qualified as a teacher and also got married to a teacher, Percy Soundy, who taught at Limana High School until his retirement. They had 5 children, Jacqueline, Kate, Nellie, Frank, and Mary. Sarah. Sarah, who lived at Valdezia, was married to Shlilangu, and 7 children were born of this marriage, namely Eric, Suzanne, Henry, Freddie, Violet, Eddie, and Tiniko. Maria. Maria was married and they had 3 children, Basnar, Kenneth, and Jane. Elizabeth, Gurley. Gurley was married to Alex Maluleke. Marilise. Joe's last-born was married to Jockey Fonseca, the grandson of the Fonseca mentioned in Bulpin's book, The Ivory Trail. They had 3 children. João de Gama. Little information is available on the earlier years of João, the firstborn son of Manuel and Maria de Gama. Unlike his father, he was neither a trader nor a farmer. João was essentially a church person. We have no idea when he married, but his wife, Elizabeth Ngwa Jacobs, was from Heidelberg, Transvaal, now Gauteng. She was the daughter of an Afrikaner man and a Mosotho woman, whose identity is unknown. Elizabeth married João at Makatopong, some 30 kilometers north of Polokwane, where she was raised from childhood by her mother. João's name first crops up in a historical document of the Swiss mission at Valdezia. His name is mentioned in a strongly worded letter written by Cunaud of the Swiss mission at Elim to MacDonald of the Gouldville Presbyterian mission at Vufuli. In this letter, dated 11 December 1916, Cunaud strongly refutes MacDonald's claim that Swiss missionaries at Elim wanted to prevent him from setting up an outstation in their vicinity. Cunaud wrote as follows: About 3 years ago, João de Gama told me that an Induna Maswanganyi wrote him a letter asking him to go and preach the gospel in his village. Naturally, I told my evangelist to answer the call and that I should go myself and see about it. Afterwards, we held meetings a few times in his village, but I could not see any signs of your work, and I did not even intend to write to you about our plans, as I did not think you were claiming that region as yours. Cunaud's letter was written in the same year that João left his job as an evangelist for the Swiss mission and moved to the district of Sibasa. Before then, he was used as an evangelist for the Swiss mission. He was first appointed as an evangelist at Malanyu in the Tsimbopfe area. From there, he was transferred to Madobi. In 1908, he was reassigned to the Nhlaniki area. The mission station was known as Kutsakni Mission Station. When João left evangelism, he moved to Venderland, where he worked as a shopkeeper for Borchas at Natal House. But he continued working as a volunteer lay preacher for the church, but this time for the Presbyterian Church at Gouldville. He visited outstations, for example Makonde, Mukula, Tengwe, Manzimangombe, and Muhuyu to preach. After retiring from his work as a shopkeeper, João concentrated on his work as a blacksmith. He ran a very busy workshop. In addition, he was a beekeeper. He himself loved honey and was known to eat a few spoonfuls before breakfast. He firmly believed in the curative powers of honey and the good things said about it in the Bible. "Eat honey, my son, for it is good. Honey from the comb is sweet to your taste." Proverbs 13:24. João proved to be an asset to the Gouldville mission. As one of the first church elders, he actively encouraged new converts to bury their dead in coffins rather than wrapping them in blankets, as was the Venda cultural practice. MacDonald and the parishioners were very thankful that he, in fact, made the coffins himself. Otherwise, João led a peaceful life. He and Joe Fernandez used to visit each other now and again, as they lived relatively close to each other and they occasionally went hunting together. They used to speak to each other in Portuguese, a language their fathers brought with them from Goa. João and Elizabeth had 10 children. They were from the eldest to the youngest: Rita, Manuel, who died young, Florinda, Samuel, who died young, Ignacio, Magdalene, who died young, Ferrao, Dodida, who died young, Paul, who died young, and Lucette. João died in 1958 and Elizabeth in 1968. Both are buried at the Gama family cemetery at Hamakuva. The children of João and Elizabeth. Rita. Rita got married to George Platt, and the couple lived in Noordgesig, Johannesburg. 5 children were born of this marriage, namely Richard, Stanley, Samuel, Ernestine, and John. Florinda. Hardly anything is known about Florinda's whereabouts except that she had a son named Eddie. Ignacio João. Ignacio and his younger brother Ferrao were destined to play a crucial role in the field of education of Vavenda children. Ignacio summed up his professional biography in a 2-page handwritten text as follows. In 1916, I went to Limana Training College. I stayed there for 3 years. In 1920, I went to Kilnerton Training College in Pretoria, where I was qualified as a teacher in June 1923. I was appointed as a teacher at Gouldville Mission Station under Superintendent Reverend D.A. MacDonald. In 1927, I was appointed to Vondwe to start a new school. In 1932, I was reappointed at Gouldville as a principal until 1946. In 1947, I returned as the principal at Vondwe, the school I founded. I taught there up to 1968 and was pensioned. In 1969, I went to Kubvi to be a shopkeeper for 7 months. I then went to work at the hospital as a clerk. I stayed there up to 1974. I worked there for 5 years solid. From 1974, I stayed at home. That, then, is the highly condensed professional life story. It omits a welter of information that cannot possibly be presented here in exhaustive detail. However, an important detail is that Ignacio married Martina Ntimbane in July 1924, the daughter of Joe Ntimbane. Perhaps the most interesting bit of information Ignacio shared with the author about his life as a teacher was how the school at Vondwe was started. At the time, villagers were still skeptical about sending their children to school. Most of the Vavenda girls of school-going age kept away from school, believing it caused insanity. Announcing the opening of a school was met with a great deal of cynicism, if not outright hostility. So, to get the children to attend classes, a plan had to be devised. It entailed shooting a buck and hanging the carcass on the branch of the huge wild fig tree. Curious locals and their children would then assemble around the tree to see what this was all about. Ignacio would then ask one of the parents to skin the buck, and once this was done, he would ask all parents to leave and to let their children remain. He would then inform the children about the significance of what a school was about and cut out chunks of meat to give them to take home. Children started coming to school expecting the same reward, but the deal was that they had to stay in class until the school day ended. Over time, the inducement tactic was used with increasing rarity, and children started attending school regardless of whether they would be rewarded with a piece of venison for their effort. Another snippet of information communicated by Ignacio concerned the school meeting that he, as head teacher at Vondwe, was required to attend in Polokwane, together with his younger colleague John Fernandez. In those days, no taxis or buses were running between Sibasa and Petersburg, Polokwane, and there were no tarred motorways between towns in the north of the country, only gravel roads. To get to the meetings, Ignacio and John would leave on bicycles in the small hours of Friday and cycle all the way to Polokwane with intermittent stops to rest or partake of their provisions. They would reach Polokwane on Friday evening, sleep over, attend the meeting on Saturday, and cycle back all of Sunday to be back in class bright and breezy on Monday morning. What a feat! In 1931, the MacDonalds returned to Europe for good. The reason for MacDonald's termination of his missionary work at Gouldville was that his wife, Jeffro, as parishioners commonly called her, was suffering from acute hypertension, and to save her life, she was ordered off to Europe as speedily as possible. In the year that they left, MacDonald wrote to Ignacio, and in October he replied as follows: "My dearest missionary, I have long been wishing to write. I was so glad to receive my missionary's letter. I was so proud of that letter, for I was the first to receive one from the missionary, only regretting the illness of Jeffro. But we thank the Almighty to have preserved the missionary and Jeffro to their destination in good condition, even though health is not recovered yet. We are still in good health. Oh, dear missionary, there is a big starvation here, little or no harvest for most in Vendaland. I have been at Muhuyu preaching last Sabbath. I was pleased to see the young teacher Alpheus Mabija, now in his father's school, a fresh, clever young man working earnestly. Rain is in scarcity. I am now up with the Pathfinders movement with the aid of Alpheus, who learned the way of it at Lemana and took it up at Muhuyu with good results, hoping that it will have a pleasing outcome. A proverb says, 'Drop by drop fills the glass.' 10 of my pupils have joined. I praise God for that. May He give more. Joel is still at his good work at Tengwe. He had about 50 at his last service there. Gouldville Church is ever full, still as full as when missionary was here. Iduna Mapoli was here in church on 25th October. We have just received a letter from Madzimangombe stating work is going on well. Manasseh has been here for holidays, but has again returned to work in his school at Bethany. Mrs. A. Maringa has a baby. My father has given up shopkeeping and my brother Ferrao has taken his place. He rejoices he will have more time to visit the outstations to preach. He goes every second Sabbath to Makonde. I think I have given all the news to the missionary. We will be very glad to hear that Jeffro's health is gradually recovering. This we pray for from the Almighty. All, my father, mother, Ferrao, Martina, send greetings, never forgetting Jeffro's help. All my children too send their greetings. They never forget Jeffro and missionary. I beg to end my letter with esteem and love to Jeffro and missionary. Yours faithfully in him." After their departure, the MacDonalds were sadly missed, but the vacuum left was amply filled in 1933 with the arrival of the energetic Dr. Robert Douglas Atkin, a highly qualified South African medical doctor who held a doctorate in science from the University of South Africa and a doctorate in medicine from Edinburgh University, where he won prizes for his clinical competence. Atkin and his wife, Irene, had an immense task before them. for he had to combine his medical work with that of preacher and superintendent of the mission schools. One of his first tasks was to build a hospital, which he named Donald Fraser Hospital in commemoration of Dr. Donald Fraser, a Scottish missionary who had spent most of his life working in what today is known as Malawi and who discerned the need for medical missionary work in South Africa during his earlier visits to the country. The hospital was opened in 1934. As the superintendent of 10 mission schools, Atkin relied heavily on the support of educators, many of whom had to teach in dilapidated buildings under very trying conditions. Indeed, the expansion of Atkin's medical work was also attributable to the help he received from local Gouldville residents. Mr. Isaac Ramaliba, mentioned above, and later a leading educationist in Vendaland, was trained by Atkin as his helper. He became the first male nurse aide to assist in caring for patients. Atkin also acknowledged the unstinting support and special help he received from his orderly Philip Shitlangu, to whom he felt deeply indebted. Shitlangu saved him from many mistakes and helped him understand his patients better. Ignacio and Martina also played a significant role in keeping the mission going. As we can gather from Ignacio's letter above, he complemented his work as a teacher by preaching at various outstations and, at times, acting as an interpreter for Atkin when he preached. Martina, who ran chickens, also supplied the hospital with eggs and vegetables, and on special hospital occasions with homemade bread, buns and cakes. Atkin also saved the life of Ignacio and Martina's firstborn, Claudina, a sickly child who suffered bouts of the deadly black water fever, by recommending that she discontinue her primary school education in Venda and be taken to resume her schooling in an area free of the disease. Shortly before he retired, one afternoon on his return from attending to patients at some of the outstations, Atkin passed Ignacio, who was pushing his bicycle up the hill. Ignacio was on his way home from John Fernandez's shop at Koopvi, where he assisted as a shopkeeper. Atkin gave him a lift and offered him a job as a clerk at Donald Fraser Hospital, which was near where Ignacio lived. Atkin was of the view that, given Ignacio's advanced age, cycling to and from Koopvi every day was too strenuous for him. Besides, he believed that Ignacio's administrative experience would benefit the hospital. Martina passed away in 1972 and Ignacio in 1984. Their 5 children were Claudina, Dawson, Beatrice, John, and Patrick. Ferrau. Ferrau was in many ways a man of firsts. He was always number 1 in class. He was the first black man to own a car in Vendaland. In 1936, he and L.T. Marole were the first lexicographers to compile and publish the English Chivenda vocabulary, the 3rd edition of which was published in 1954. Although Ferrau had a keen interest in education and the intellectual ability to further his studies, he chose to work for gold mining companies. After completing grade 8, then standard 6, he worked for a short while as a shopkeeper at Natal House, taking over from his father João. Thereafter, he made his way to Johannesburg to look for employment. He knew that the economic advancement of black people was hampered by the job reservation laws, in terms of which certain categories of jobs were reserved specially for white people. Being light in complexion and fluent in English and Afrikaans, he circumvented the colour bar laws by passing himself off as a white person. He thus quickly found a job at Crown Mine, where he rose to the position of foreman in no time. His quick-wittedness and savvy thus improved his financial situation very considerably, enabling him to buy a car. However, Ferrau kept close contact with his Vavenda mates, with whom he used to socialize a great deal. According to Patrick de Gama, his nephew, who was then taking his teacher's course in Johannesburg, Ferrau would pick him up and drive to the Mai Mai beer hall in the east of the city, where workers flocked to for a drink when they knocked off. Ferrau would then sit with his homeboys and buy a round or two of sorghum beer for the buddies, to the bellows of hurrahs and praise singing. However, apart from such socializing with buddies from home, Ferrao also acted as a scribe for Vavenda co-workers who wished to communicate with their folks at home. Ferrao married Anna Driscoll, and their children were Marjorie, Gertrude, and Joyce, twins, Dodida, Elizabeth, John, Gary, and Keith. Lucette. Lucette, a dazzlingly beautiful woman, first completed her grade 8 at the Gouldville Mission School before she was sent to further her schooling whilst staying with her elder sister Rita and her husband George in Regent's Park, Johannesburg. As a young damsel, Lucette was a sophisticated and socially active person, much of a scene stealer. However, she left school and returned home to care for her aging parents. She had 4 children, namely Maria, Jokina, Lawrence, and Peggy. Like her mother, she lived a long life and passed away in 2018 at the ripe old age of 95. Ignacio and Martina's children. Claudina. Claudina, who married Coronel Fernandez, her former grade 1 teacher at Vondwe Primary School, could not complete her primary school education in Venderland due to being repeatedly rendered bedridden as a result of a severe attack of black water fever, which, like malaria, was a dreaded disease. As Dr. Atkin feared that she might die if she suffered another attack, he recommended her urgent relocation from Venderland to a boarding school on the Highveld, or better still, in Cape Town. The thought of sending her 11-year-old child away horrified Martina. Zonnebloem College in Cape Town agreed to take her, but advised that she would have to care for herself, for example, by washing and plaiting her own hair and washing and ironing her clothes herself. For Martina, this was a no-no. Out of desperation, Martina sought the advice of Johanna Enderman, the widow of the Lutheran missionary Reverend Christian Enderman. Martina had worked in the Enderman's household when Christian Enderman was transferred by the Berlin Mission to run the mission station at Gertrudsburg, just south of present-day Makado. In Chivenda, the mission station was called Sitandani. The mission station was bulldozed to the ground by the apartheid government in the early 1960s after it was declared a white area in 1958. In response to Martina's request, Johanna Enderman then contacted her son, Theodore Enderman, then principal of the secondary school at the Bachabelo Training Institution in Mpumalanga, asking whether Claudina could stay with them while attending school there. Theodore and his wife Josie agreed. Claudina thus completed her primary school education and a teacher's course then called third year at Bochabelo. For the first 4 years she stayed with the Endermans, and for the last 2 years she stayed in the college boarding house. She was well cared for by the Endermans, who also taught her to master the art of German baking. After completing her studies, Claudina was appointed as a grade 1 teacher at Vondwe, where her father, Ignacio, was headmaster. Among her first pupils were her younger brother Patrick, her future sister-in-law Girlie Fernandez, and last but not least, Chief Miriavava Makuva. Claudina taught for only 6 months at Vondwe, from January 1945 to June 1945. In July 1945, she married Coronel Fernandez and moved to Everton. In Everton, Claudina taught grade 1s at the Everton Coloured Primary School, where Coronel resumed his teaching. One of her pupils was Vera Gao, daughter of Wilberforce, a renowned soprano who later joined the legendary Eon Group in District 6, where she was the lead singer in several operas, and in 2004 was a recipient of the Order of Ikamanga in Silver at the National Orders Awards. Claudina, however, taught only for 6 months and left the teaching profession for good to look after her children. When the children were grown up, and when Roseanne, Daphne and Lovell were at boarding school in Limpopo, Claudina took up a job as a chef-cook at a restaurant in Vereniging. She was also frequently requested to cook for guests at functions hosted by well-heeled local citizens living in Three Rivers, a suburb of Vereniging. This was during the time that the family was living in Sharpeville. Beatrice. Beatrice, the third born of Ignacio and Martina, also followed her father and sister's footsteps into the teaching profession. She too attended Vondwe Primary School and then went on to Kilnerton Training Institution to do her junior certificate and after that her primary teacher certificate. Thereafter she taught at Tshadzume Primary School at Gouldville and was later promoted to the position of head teacher. Whilst teaching at Gouldville, Beatrice was also actively involved in the Wayfarers movement. In 1962, Beatrice left teaching to take up nursing. She underwent her training at both Coronation and Baragwanath hospitals in Johannesburg. She subsequently relocated from the hospital environment to Vereniging, where she ran the clinic in the then newly established township of Rustafal. After several years, she returned to Venda, where she was employed as a health worker at the Matache prison near Ngutsa. After she was pensioned off, she started her own private kindergarten in Shayandima. However, after the death of her first adoptive son, Gary, her health deteriorated, resulting in her surrendering control of the school to the local education authorities. Beatrice passed away in 2013. She is survived by her husband, Rogers Molete, an ex-traffic officer, and a second adoptive son, Tapelo. Herbert. Born in 1931, Herbert João John Butiki continued in the family tradition by starting his schooling at the Vondwe Primary School. He then proceeded to Kilnerton Training Institution for his secondary education, but before he could sit for his matriculation exam, he was expelled because he was caught smoking. He returned to Venda and continued his studies at home through a correspondence college. He passed the Joint Matriculation Board exam and was readmitted to Kilnerton to do the teacher's course in accordance with the grand tradition of the family. After completing his course, Herbert went to teach in Potgietersrust, but left after 2 years as he felt severely constrained by the pervasive racist environment that characterized the town. He returned to Venda and applied to Fort Hare University to study for a Bachelor of Arts degree. In the meantime, he scouted around for a potential bursary until the Grahams, owners of Sibasa Trading Store, agreed to fund his studies. Needless to say, he was elated to be accepted by Fort Hare, the pioneer of black university education in Africa, where he began his studies in 1956. During his time at Fort Hare, Herbert led a very active student life, participating keenly in sports, choir singing, hostel affairs, and above all, in the intense political debates that raged at the time. In fact, in 2013, Professor Mvuyo Tom delivered the African Union's 50th anniversary lecture titled University of Fort Hare as the Doyen of Pan-Africanism, in which he mentioned the name H.J.B. Gama as one of the student leaders during the university's era of intense political consciousness. Herbert was an outspoken critic of the apartheid policy. His name is mentioned alongside those of icons such as Nelson Mandela, Godfrey Pitje, Oliver Tambo, Robert Sobukwe, A.P. Mda, I.B. Tabata, Robert Mugabe, Seretse Khama, the Makiwane brothers, Duma Nokwe, Titi Letlaka, Dennis Brutus, Chris Hani, Zola Skweyiya, Billy Modise, Krish Makeduj, and others. Herbert's name is also repeatedly mentioned in Donovan Williams' book, A History of the University College of Fort Hare, South Africa, the 1950s, The Waiting Years, which was published in 2001. On completion of his BA degree, with majors in geography and psychology, Herbert took up a teaching post at a high school in Shagamu, Nigeria. In March 1959, Jaftaline, his wife, and the 2 daughters Gwendolyn and Beulah joined him. However, Herbert did not stay long in Nigeria. He and the family then relocated to Ghana, the first African country to gain independence from England, where several black South African expatriates were working. Ghana, under Nkrumah, was a more exciting and promising country. Besides, Nkrumah had invited all Africans to help realize his ambition to transform Ghana into a center of learning, an industrial powerhouse, and to give effect to his dreams of making Africa an economic and political giant with himself as leader. In Ghana, Herbert lectured at St. Mary's College, a teacher's training institution in Takoradi. Two of his colleagues were Robert Mugabe and his wife Sally. Generally, for Herbert and Jaftaline, life in Takoradi was pleasant. They met up with several more South African expatriates, with whom they socialized and became friends. Their third-born child, Lovell, was born in Takoradi. However, the apartheid government refused to register him as a South African citizen. And it was because of this obstinate attitude on the part of the South African regime that Herbert decided to relocate back to South Africa to have Lovell registered and then emigrate to Canada, where he was promised a position as a high school teacher in Toronto. Besides, he wished to pursue his studies there part-time. They planned that first Jaftaline and the children would return to South Africa and that Herbert would follow 2 months later. As planned, Jaftaline returned to South Africa in March 1961. The idea was that she would spend a week in Sharpeville with Cornell and Claudina, after which she would visit her parents in Mara and then proceed to Sibasa to stay temporarily with her in-laws, Martina and Ignacio, whilst attempting to legalize Lovell's status. Very regrettably, after Herbert had bidden farewell to Jaftaline and the children at Accra Airport in Ghana, he drove back to Takoradi. On the way back, an oncoming lorry crashed into him head-on, killing him instantly. This death was a very sore loss, one deeply bereaved and which stopped all plans in their tracks. Jaftaline resumed her work as a nursing sister, first at Chilidzini Hospital, and, when she moved to Johannesburg, she worked at Coronation Hospital until retirement. She remarried later and ensured that all her children received a solid education that has redounded to their advantage in their respective professional careers. Patrick. All roads lead to Kilnerton. Indeed, Patrick, Ignacio and Martina's last-born, followed the family in taking up teaching as a career. But before doing so, after finishing his primary school education in Venda, he first went to Kilnerton for his secondary school education. On obtaining his junior certificate there, he proceeded to ETC in Johannesburg for his teacher's course. No sooner had he completed his training than he married Constance Connie Thompson from Mapoli near Gouldville. Connie's father, Percy, was a younger brother of Ale Thompson, who opened the famed shop at Crook's Corner. Patrick taught at several primary schools. These were respectively in Volkrust, Amersfoort, Irene, and Eersterus in Pretoria. Whilst teaching at Irene, he doubled as housemaster at the Weirder Hostel for Boys, which was adjacent to the Swartkop Country Club near Pretoria. In the 1980s, he joined Alan Hendricks' Labour Party. He was elected as an MP for a large Eastern Transvaal, Mpumalanga, constituency to the controversial tricameral parliament created by the apartheid government. Patrick returned to his home at Hamakuva, where he remained actively involved in civic matters until his passing in 2008. He and Connie had 3 children, Inez, Owen, and Angelique. John Makuluskop Fernandez. Crook's Corner shop changes hands. Fortune favours the brave, the saying goes, and this certainly held true for John Fernandez. But let us first return to Crook's Corner. William Pye, one of the 2 original owners of the Crook's Corner shop at Makuleke, died of pneumonia in the Great Flu epidemic of 1918 and was buried in his private cemetery next to his hut. His partner, Alec Thompson, then sold the shop to the troublesome and continually provocative Australian Jack Ford, who returned to Australia only to return again and stir up problems wherever he went. After departing from Crook's Corner, Thompson sold his other shops at Makonde and Pipidi to the well-known Boychas. He relocated to Louis Trichardt, where he established a successful motor vehicle dealership. In 1912, Boychas bought the shop at Crook's Corner and employed D.T. Buck Buchanan as its manager. In 1919, he sold it to Morty Ash, who owned it until the outbreak of World War II, when he sold it to Sam Majika. Morty Ash was no stranger to the wilds. By the time he bought the shop, almost all the Crooks had departed. The place became increasingly forlorn and business was down. When Balpin visited the shop in the early 1950s, what he found was a windowless store baking in the heat, with its door wide open, gasping for breath, while its manager lounges in the shade outside strumming a guitar, waiting for customers, with no other sound through the long day save the soughing of the wind and the sighing of the little shop as it yearns to reach the trees where its manager drowses. That was the setting and mood of the shop when John Fernandez took over from Morty Ash. Determined to revive business, John demolished the old dilapidated shop and built a new one away from the ridge where the old shop stood and closer to the chief's kraal. Very soon the Makuleke shop became lively again, with ordinary customers in need of groceries. It was no longer the rendezvous where crooks bartered their criminal assets. John's customers came from surrounding Makuleke villages and from across the Limpopo in southeast Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, and from Mozambique as well. Business was brisk and profits soared. Having worked for Spraggan, John knew the tastes and likes of people in this corner of South Africa. Besides, the lingua franca of the people was his mother tongue, which made it easy for people to relate to him. Some had known him from before. What is more, John accepted all currencies, namely South African rands, Mozambican escudos, and Rhodesian dollars. John opens more shops. In the interim, John had gotten wind that his former employer, Spraggan, had sold his Rhodesian business transporting recruits to Pafuri to George Palfrey. The new company, which carried newcomers, so-called Manyuwani, from southern Rhodesia and Mozambique, had changed its route, bypassing Pafuri and bringing the recruits to a new camp at Mabiligwe, some 40 kilometers west of Pafuri along the Limpopo River. From Mabiligwe, the recruits were conveyed by buses of the Witwatersrand Native Labour Association, WNLA, Wenela, to the Munnichshausen camp between Messina and Beitbridge, and from there by train to Johannesburg. A salted recruit transporter himself, John knew the types of supplies that recruits needed on their long and tedious trip to the gold mines. He therefore found it opportune to open his second shop, Mabiligwe Store, just west of Spokonyole Mountain and near the banks of the Limpopo. The shop was highly profitable, not only because of the mine worker clientele, but also because the shallow banks of the Limpopo from Mabiligwe to Pafuri made it possible for people from southern Rhodesia to reach and leave the shop on their donkey carts. At times, upon arrival at the shop, they would outspan under a nearby baobab tree, pitch their camp, and buy their supplies over 2 days before departing. The lack of electricity, coupled with the searing summer heat, compelled John to go green by constructing his own charcoal fridges to keep fresh produce cool and to make the soft drinks, those were the days of Hubbly Bubbly and Canada Dry, more drinkable. The increase in the number of labourers streaming to the gold mines on the Rand also meant that more and more money came into circulation. In turn, the growing monetization of the economy effectively translated into more purchasing power and a greater demand for more westernized consumables and trendier clothes, all of which John started to stock. Besides staples such as mealie meal, sugar, oil, flour, and various kinds of grains, much cherished items included bread, canned food, fruit-flavored sodas like Kool-Aid, biscuits, toffees, malekere, condensed milk, torches, batteries, Primus stoves, paraffin lamps, etc. John was quick to appreciate the need to keep abreast of the broadening demands and tastes of customers. He responded to this need by opening yet another shop at Humula, at the very confluence of the Limpopo and Luvuvu rivers. Bricks for erecting the building were made on site, and to keep wild animals at bay, while the shop was being built, empty small tins strung together on a line, suspended across trees, were rattled at regular intervals to produce a tinny and clanking sound, which proved particularly useful in warding off elephants. The Transvaal trading store was always busy. From early morning till late in the afternoon, the shop thronged with customers, even on hot windless summer days when the sweltering air drifted into the shop and settling there like an oppressive shroud. As at Mabiligwe and Makuleke, customers poured in from local villages, and especially from Dumela, a small village in Mozambique adjacent to the Pafuri Gate. Even the storekeeper of the little Dumela shop, a Mozambican called Kasamu, used to come over at times to do his shopping at John's shop. In those days, Pafuri Gate was an informal border, and people living in the Pafuri Triangle were allowed to cross between countries without any hassle. The fact of the matter is that it was usual for people from Dumela and surrounding areas to visit relatives at Makuleke or to cross into South Africa to do their shopping. Some customers did not even bother crossing at the gate, as they could simply jump the border fence or stroll along the dry riverbed into South Africa. Of course, this was before the entire Pafuri area became a militarized zone as a result of the bush war that raged well into the 1970s. Transport challenges. At a practical level, transporting goods from wholesalers in Louis Trichardt to shops posed a major challenge. Fortunately, John had a lorry, which was nicknamed Mukondeli, Chivenda and Sitsonga for the one who perseveres. The three brothers, John, Cornell and Peter, had pooled some money to buy the second-hand lorry from John Sykes Ash, the son of Morty Ash. And indeed the lorry turned out to be a very beneficial acquisition, for it earned half its worth in costs. It was hired by the Presbyterian mission station at Gouldville to convey materials necessary for erecting a modern church building. The money earned from this job helped considerably to defray the cost of the lorry. However, the real test of the lorry's robustness lay in its ability to withstand the strenuous demands made on it in the transportation of supplies to John's shops all along the Limpopo. The nearest wholesale merchants were located in Louis Trichardt, and in those days the entire stretch of road from Louis Trichardt to Makuleke was not tarred. It was a corrugated surface all the way, and for the most part ungraded. During the rainy season, which was when the shops were at their busiest, roads were soggy, muddy, slippery and hardly drivable. At times, the lorry would get bogged down. Calamity would sometimes strike when an engine part failed. This usually happened in a very isolated place, far away from where any help could come. Such disasters were dreaded, especially when the lorry was fully laden with loaves of fresh bread, with customers excitedly waiting to buy loaves by the dozen for the festive season. Over time, John bought new lorries and a pickup van to alleviate the pressure to deliver supplies to the three Makuleke shops and to the Kubvi store, which was located just 15 kilometers from John's house at Ngutsa. However, in June 1965, a series of events took place that traumatized shop managers at all of John's 4 shops. Crook's Corner relives its past. Events started to unfold one Friday morning at about 11 o'clock when a 1960s Ford Zephyr sedan pulled up in front of Peter Fernandez's shop, Natal House, which he had bought from Boyers. In the Zephyr were a man and a woman. As was later established, the man was Hungarian and the woman Bulgarian. In the shop behind the counter was Peter's son Patrick, who managed the shop on behalf of his ailing father. The man got out of the car, stepped into the shop, walked up to Patrick and demanded 2 1-liter bottles of Coca-Cola. he asked to look at a water canvas bag displayed on the shelf and simply took it, along with the cool drinks, and walked to his car without paying for these items. When Patrick followed him to remind him he had not paid for the items, he was astonished to see several pistols spread across the car's dashboard and chose not to insist on payment, opting to be safe rather than sorry. The man got into the car and sped off eastward, roughly toward Chifuri. Donald, John's son, was at the time returning home from the shops at Makuleke when he saw the oncoming Zephyr whizzing past him in the opposite direction. When he stopped at Natal House, Patrick related his bizarre experience with the driver of the car. In the meantime, the Zephyr was heading for the Limpopo River, with the driver frantic that they were running out of petrol. Fortunately, they reached Mabiligwe's store in the late afternoon. By then, the couple was in a state of frenzy. The man excitedly entered the shop and asked for petrol. The shopkeeper referred him to the adjacent WNLA depot, telling him to try his luck there. The driver went to WNLA and demanded petrol, saying that they were on their way to Chipise. The WNLA reluctantly yielded to the request for petrol, but gave only so much as would enable the couple to reach Messina. The official showed the driver the road to Messina, but instead of heading west, the car turned east toward Crook's Corner. Yet the couple was not heading for Crook's Corner, but for the road's end, at the actual confluence of the Limpopo and Luvuvu rivers. When the couple reached Transvaal Trading Store, they asked whether there was a passable place nearby where a car could drive across the Limpopo riverbed to southern Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, and when told no, the driver frantically drove the car through bush and sand to the riverbank, where he attempted to cross to the other side. But no sooner had the Zephyr hit the riverbed when it got stuck in the sand. The more the driver revved up to dislodge the wheels, the deeper they tunneled into the sand. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, he got out of the car. He walked to the riverbank, where a group of spectators had gathered, watching the spectacle before them with disbelief. He waved to them, gesticulating that he needed draft animals to tug the car out of the sand. Donkeys were brought, harnessed to the car, and prodded to pull, but to no avail. As there was no other way to dislodge the wheels from the sand, the couple removed 2 suitcases from the boot and walked across to the Rhodesian side, but turned back to Humula. They decided to return on foot in the opposite direction from which they had come, and asked their way to the next available shop, which was Makuleke's store, the old Crook's Corner. Undaunted by the possibility of being attacked by wild animals, they trudged on through the night towards the shop. Arriving there in the morning, they found Armando, John's son, who had delivered supplies to the shop on Friday, on the verge of returning home with the driver of the truck. The couple then hiked a lift, ordering Armando, who had no driver's license, to drive to Sibasa. The man sat in the middle, and the young woman sat next to the left-hand door. The man pulled out a bottle of whiskey and started to take swigs from it, forcing Armando to take a few swills in between. In the meantime, Glyn, the WNLA manager at Mabiligwe, had telephoned Harold Mockford, the WNLA recruitment manager at the Pafuri border post, to inform him that the 2 villains were coming his way and had something sinister up their sleeves. He also called the police in Sibasa, requesting them to come equipped, as the Hungarian was armed to the teeth. In the late afternoon, Mockford arrived at the place where the car was stuck. He traced the footsteps of the 2 occupants across the dry Limpopo riverbed into the thick bush on the Rhodesian side, but because it was getting dark, he temporarily abandoned his investigation. The next morning, he noticed that the spoor of the 2 scoundrels indicated they had returned to the Transvaal side, but the 2 were nowhere to be seen. Just then, the police from Sibasa arrived in a blue police van fitted with a long aerial. The occupants were the 2 Dupree brothers, the elder of whom was the station commander at Sibasa. The younger brother, Andries, was armed with a .303 shotgun. When the police inquired about the occupants of the car, John's shop manager told them they had asked where the next shop was, and when told it was at Makuleke, Old Crook's corner shop, and how to get there, they had left on foot in that direction. The police rushed to Makuleke trading store, only to be told that the two had hitched a ride with Armando, who was driving a red Thames trader truck. Wasting no time, the two brothers gave chase. When they spotted the truck, they drove up close behind it, overtook it and halted in front of it. They jumped out of their vehicle with guns blazing. When Armando said it was the police, the Hungarian immediately started firing straight through the windscreen. The police rushed up to the truck and ducked just in front of it. Duprier, the elder, yelled at his brother to shoot with a shotgun. Andries discharged a shot with his .303 rifle, which tore through the bonnet, smashed through the inside, and grazed the arm of the woman. The police then ran for cover by the roadside, shouting to Armando to take refuge. The driver disappeared into the bush, and Armando crawled under the truck and clung to the differential casing for dear life. The police kept firing from the side, but one bounced off the rearview mirror and another zipped past the steering wheel. Noticing that the police had run for cover, the two rogues quickly got out of the truck, hopped into the police vehicle, which still had the key in the keyhole, and sped away. Whilst the police watched their vehicle race from them, Armando crawled out from underneath the truck and flung the two suitcases belonging to the two rascals into the bush on the roadside. The police then chased after their own vehicle, with Armando driving and the lorry driver huddled at the back of the lorry. When they spotted their vehicle, the police perforated it with .303 bullets, damaging it beyond repair and simultaneously hitting the Hungarian behind the steering wheel. The wounded man lost control and capsized the van in a ditch near the Sambandu River. The two occupants were immediately arrested and loaded onto the lorry heading for Sibasa, but they bled profusely. In the meantime, back home at Ngutsa, John had asked Donald to drive to Koopy's store in John's private car, a Ford Fairlane 500, to collect the week's takings. Whilst Donald was counting the money, the red lorry with Armando and co. came hurtling on and stopped in front of the shop. The police got out and called out for Donald. When Donald opened the shop door, the police exhorted him to rush them and the two wounded, who had now lost a lot of blood, to Donald Fraser Hospital. Armando remained behind to collect the cash and take it home. When Donald and the police arrived at the hospital with the wounded, the Hungarian refused to get out of the car. The woman was taken in, and the police asked Dr. Atkin to attend to her wound. When Atkin asked what had caused the wound, the police replied in Afrikaans. Atkin told them to speak English, but they refused. Atkin told them that the hospital was not meant to treat white people, but he nevertheless performed emergency first aid on the woman. The man was brought in to have his wound dressed as well. Atkin thereupon telephoned Pietersburg, Polokwane Hospital, to send an ambulance to fetch the two. The Hungarian tried to escape from the Polokwane Hospital by attacking a nurse with a pair of scissors, but he was overpowered. He later succumbed to his wound. It is not clear what happened to the woman, as the record of the criminal court proceedings, if there was indeed a trial afterwards, cannot be traced. None of the local newspapers at the time reported on this case. What happened to the two suitcases? A few days after these dramatic events, Armando took John to the scene of the shootout. He retrieved the suitcases from the bush, and when he opened them, they were found stacked to the brim with banknotes. The suitcases were subsequently handed to the police at Sibasa, but what they eventually did with the money is anyone's guess. Apartheid-related sacrifices which John had to make. The profits that John earned from his enterprises came at a steep psychological cost. The fact of the matter is that he was required to undergo an identity change in apartheid policy, to assume another personal identity, and to be allowed to own shops in the Makuleke area. This meant that he had to change his first names to Shangaan names in order to fit in ethnically with the envisaged environment. etnies by die voorgestelde omgewing inpas. Thus, for Donald Fernandez, John's eldest son, to acquire ownership of the Makuleke shop, in other words, the rebuilt Crook's Corner shop, he had to prove that he belonged to the Shangaan tribe and conformed with the environment. Archival documents are available to prove these statements. Forced removal, dismantling of John's businesses. No doubt, the most devastating action on the part of the apartheid state that brought John to a fall was his forced removal from the Makuleke area, where 3 of his shops were located. The Makuleke community, which consisted of the Vavenda and Tsonga-speaking people, were forcibly separated by the apartheid regime along ethnic lines. The Tsonga-speaking portion of the community, which had occupied most of the land, was relocated to Ntlabeni, in the former Gazankulu homeland, an area near the Punda Maria entrance to the Kruger National Park, KNP. The Vavenda were moved to the homeland of Venda. The land from which they were removed was then integrated into the Kruger National Park. Makuleke villagers were forced to burn their own homes. John thus had to relocate to Ntlabeni. This was a very costly exercise, for it meant erecting new buildings from scratch and stocking them with supplies. There was talk that the government would compensate him for the shops he would be forced to abandon. An undated letter written sometime in 1966 from the then Secretary of Bantu Affairs and Development to the then Chief Bantu Commissioner at Petersburg states that, as regards Makuleke store, it was originally intended to compensate John in the amount equivalent to profits he made over 3 years, plus the expenses he incurred for improvements he made to the buildings if they belonged to him. However, the letter goes on to say that seeing that it is now said that the police may use the buildings, and they are the property of Mr. Fernandez, then the question of payment for their use is a matter that needs to be settled between him and the police. That was the end of the matter. Nothing came of it, and John did not receive a cent for any of the 3 shops that he was forced to evacuate. The higher prices of building materials and labor, not to mention the long distances over which materials had to be transported, compelled John to sell his herd of cattle, which numbered over 100, and his entire herd of goats, which numbered several hundred. All these factors affected his health, which eventually resulted in his passing away in 1976. John's children have lodged a claim for compensation under the Restitution of Land Rights Act of 1994, but are still waiting to be compensated. In the 1990s, the Makuleke people successfully reclaimed their land back. Still, rather than return to what is now called the Old Makuleke, they agreed with the South African government to preserve the Pafuri Triangle, now known as the Makuleke Contractual Park, for conservation and ecotourism. The community, however, receives a portion of the income from the 2 luxury eco-lodges in the park. This money is spent on public projects in the Makuleke villages. Concluding remarks on John Fernandez. The name John Fernandez is indelibly imprinted in the history of Northeast Limpopo. He was a pioneer in the true sense of the word, and an adventurer to boot. He worked very hard and believed firmly in the age-old adage, perseverance is the mother of success. He was open-minded and not scared to try out something new. Despite his highly regarded entrepreneurial success, he remained down to earth, bearing his achievements lightly on his shoulders. Today, his name appears in many writings that deal with the bygone days of the northeastern part of Limpopo province. On the northwestern flank of the airstrip at Pafuri, where ruins of one of John's shops, Transvaal Trading Store, once stood, a bilingual plaque has been erected. The English engraving reads, "The ruins of John Fernandez's shop, 1954 to 1969. The site has now become a standard stopover for tourist buses." Acknowledgements. Attempting to reconstruct past events and the lives of those who shaped them or were influenced by them is not easy. I am not a historian, and cannot pretend to be one. Therefore, in writing this genealogy, I relied heavily on the help of knowledgeable people, especially those well-versed in the social and political forces at play in the Zoutpansberg in the second half of the 19th century. In particular, I owe gratitude to Professor Jan Boyens, without whose interest, encouragement and practical guidance I would not have accomplished my task. I acknowledge with sincere gratitude the invaluable help I received from the late Professor Ockert J. O. Ferreira, formerly based in the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies at the University of Pretoria. I owe a special debt to the late Professor Patrick Harries, formerly Professor for African History at the University of Basel, Switzerland, who alerted me to the existence of Manuel da Gama's shop ledger. I acknowledge with sincere thanks the expert assistance I received from Mr. Leon Enderman, former director of the Genealogical Institute of South Africa. I also owe a special debt as well to Ms. T.P. Tlakula of the User Service Division in the University of Venda Library, but also to the head of the Technical Division, Ms. M.I.G. Mashamba. Special thanks go out to Ms. Vuyiseka Mchakazi, Assistant Librarian at the Wellington Campus Library of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, who looks after the genealogical collection. Her ability to categorize the information I sought, coupled with her exemplary skill at pinpointing exactly where to find it, was nothing short of mind-boggling. Whether or not I should thank the many people who urged me to undertake this task, I must at least gratefully acknowledge the interest they have shown in the progress of this task and the encouragement they gave me. As always, my greatest debt of gratitude goes to my wife, Michaela, and my children, Miriam and Julian, for their support of this project. Certainly, this task would not have been realized were it not for the wealth of knowledge that my mother Claudina and cousin Donald Fernandez readily shared with me. They helped me to appreciate the saying, "Life is lived forwards, but understood backwards."